Hawaiian Islands are like heaven on earth. But in 2019, paradise is in peril. A terrifying creature emerges from the depths and carries out an eerie series of attacks. This bone-chilling mystery must be solved before it's too late.
We're on the island of Oahu. This island represents a lot of history to open water swimming.
Eric Shaw is a long-distance swimmer who specializes in a discipline known as channel swimming.
Channel swimming is swimming from one island typically to another island through a large body of water. It's like swimming a marathon. I met a guy named Steve, and he told me about this swim called the Kaiwi Channel as being part of Ocean 7.
Ocean's 7 is a challenge created in 2008, enticing long-distance swimmers to tackle some of the most dangerous waters in the world. The Molokai Channel, also known as the Kaiwi Channel, located between the Hawaiian Islands of Molokai and Oahu, is one of the Ocean's 7 challenges. Stretching approximately 26 miles across, plunging 2,300 feet, it's known for its treacherous currents and abundant sea life.
Few people have ever made it across. We all know that you're going to have rough water, lots of wind, and sharks.
The Hawaiian Islands are home to roughly 40 different species of sharks, including the Galapagos shark that hugs the coastline, the sandbar shark that feasts on reef fish, squid, and octopus, and the mako, known for its speed and agility. These predators rarely trouble swimmers, but they're not the only ones who roam these depths.
I knew that white sharks and tiger sharks would be a possibility, and that our crew would notify us if there was a large predatory shark. Knowing that, I had a great sense of ease and confidence in their ability to get us from Molokai to Oahu.
But out in the open ocean, an unseen terror that no one anticipated lies in wait.
This is the first time I've been back. Yeah, there's a lot of emotions going on right now. We started our swim at 6:20 in the evening. The sun was setting. We had a kayaker in the water who was following the boat, and we're swimming at night. We're following the most minimal amount of lighting possible, which was, for us, red glow sticks. As we were swimming through the dark, every time our hand would enter the water, I noticed an amount of bioluminescence that I had never witnessed or experienced previously.
Bioluminescent phytoplankton are microscopic organisms that light up when water is disrupted.
About 4 hours into the swim, Steve was hit by a Portuguese man-o-war. And when he was hit, he pulled up pretty quickly and let out a pretty good yelp. Steve had to call it, and that was the turning point of the swim. I had been swimming for about an hour or so by myself. And then I encountered a sensation in my abdomen, a sensation of burning, and my hand came down across my abdomen. But I could sense that something was not right. And so I swam over to the kayaker, and I remember him immediately getting on his marine radio and said, "Shark."
Crewman Francesco Forti springs into action.
We quickly realized something was wrong when we saw Eric grab the kayak, because once they touch it, they know that their swim is disqualified. Distance swimmers, they will do everything they can in their power to avoid touching that kayak. And I was actually the one who pulled him out of the water, and I pulled him back and placed him down onto the deck of the boat. And I looked down at his wound. My first thought was just like, okay, we need to apply pressure, because this is a huge, huge injury. And if we lose blood by the time we get to shore, there's not much we can do.
The crew radio for help and rush back to shore. There, an ambulance transports Eric to the hospital.
I was taken right back to an operating room immediately. And that's when I discovered that I had a good 3.5-inch diameter hole in my abdomen that was a good 1.5 inches deep.
It takes 26 staples to close the wounds. Eric's recovery is long and arduous.
Took me a good year until I was able to stand up straight again.
Eric's chilling encounter makes headlines around the world. Shark attacks in the Molokai Channel are extremely rare. In the previous 100 years, there have only been 7 recorded attacks. But in 2019, the attack on Eric is just the beginning. 3 weeks later, a second swimmer is attacked in the same stretch of water. And a few months later, a third shark bite stuns the Hawaiian Islands. The cause is a mystery. Locals are desperate for an answer to the unprecedented surge in attacks.
3 happening in 1 year, we thought, there must be something going on. I really want to get to the bottom of this because I want to know that I can continue to play in this ocean.
Me and everybody else is curious to know why there was that spike in 2019 and then none since then.
In an attempt to uncover what's behind the attacks, investigators first turn their attention to the species of shark involved. And suspicion immediately falls on 2 notorious sharks that inhabit Hawaiian waters.
I knew that white sharks and tiger sharks would be a possibility.
White sharks are the ocean's largest predatory fish. They can grow up to 20 feet and are responsible for more fatal attacks on humans than any other shark. Tiger sharks, named for the striped markings that adorn their flanks. Dubbed the garbage cans of the sea, they will eat anything from sea turtles to tractor tires. A surprising detail emerges from Eric's account that suggests a very different shark was involved.
I encountered a sensation in my abdomen, a sensation of burning, and my hand came down and I grabbed onto a fish.
While the crew was watching for larger sharks, could something smaller have gone undetected? Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa examines Eric's unusual bite wound.
The lower part of the wound is very, very circular. You can see here from the depth of this wound that it went through multiple muscle layers, got really deep, caused a lot of tissue damage.
This circular pattern bears all the hallmarks of one of the strangest and rarely seen sharks in the ocean.
These have those telltale signs of a cookie cutter shark having been involved in the attack.
Named for the circular wounds they leave on a victim's flesh, cookie cutter sharks spend most of their time in the deep ocean. Each night, they migrate to the surface, where they are believed to feed on large fish and marine mammals. Although they only grow to about 2 feet in length, they have a disproportionately large mouth compared to their body size, and a set of jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth.
And what they do is they latch onto their prey and suck onto it with these fleshy lips and then dig that lower jaw into that prey item.
To demonstrate how devastating a cookie cutter shark bite can be, Dr. Huber has a 3D printed set of cookie cutter jaws.
When cookie cutter sharks bite onto their prey, first it attaches the upper jaw, and then it sinks the teeth from its lower jaw into that prey item. And then they do one of 2 things. Either they just scoop through the prey item and excavate a big chunk of flesh, or sometimes they dig that lower jaw in and then start twisting their body around the long axis and carve out a perfectly circular chunk of flesh from their prey items.
And that's not all. When Dr. Huber examines bite marks on the other 2 victims, he makes a shocking discovery.
If you look at the shape of that plug, this matches the wounds that we see on each of our victims from Hawaii.
Prior to the attack on Eric Shaw, there was only 1 recorded cookie cutter attack in all of Hawaii's history. But in 2019, all 3 victims were bitten by cookie-cutter sharks in the same stretch of water. Why have these bizarre creatures started attacking swimmers? A clue emerges from the details of Eric's attack. There was something else in the water that night.
I noticed an amount of bioluminescence that I had never witnessed or experienced previously.
Bioluminescence describes the production of visible light by a living organism, such as a firefly or certain types of jellyfish. In the ocean, it's most commonly generated by a type of phytoplankton. Dr. Heather Bracken-Grissom of Florida International University investigates whether this naturally occurring glow could have played a role in Eric's attack.
Bioluminescence is one of the most beautiful displays on our planet. It is often a blue light, and many organisms, including the cookie cutter, are curious and will come towards the light.
A shark's vision works differently than a human's. They don't see color. Instead, sharks identify prey through contrast, the differences between light and dark. That means the light from glowing phytoplankton may attract them. The problem is that it's not just sea creatures that can cause this illumination.
A lot of bioluminescence is produced by mechanical stimulation. So if a swimmer is swimming through a channel, it's going to stir up the bioluminescence and produce a lot of light.
Dr. Bracken-Grissom demonstrates how this might work.
What I have here is a globe full of bioluminescent dinoflagellates. A dinoflagellate is a single-cell organism that's very common in the plankton environment. So what I'm going to demonstrate is what this bioluminescence might look like as swimmers are moving through the water. Here, we're going to be swirling the globe with the bioluminescent dinoflagellates in there. So it is possible that the motion of the swimmers was stimulating bioluminescence in the water, and it's also possible that the cookie cutters was drawn to that bioluminescence.
But something doesn't quite fit. Swimmers have been crossing the Molokai Channel for years, and bioluminescence has always been present. Yet the attacks are a recent phenomenon. Bioluminescence can't be the cause of the spike. The case is off to an illuminating start, but the quest for clues will soon lead investigators into the darkest depths of the ocean. A detail from the first ever cookie cutter attack yields a disturbing clue.
I grew up on Oahu. Most of my life I've lived on Maui. All of my life I've been involved with water sports.
Mike Spalding is a long-distance swimmer who lives in Hawaii. In 2009, he's attempting to cross the Alanuihaha Channel between the Big Island and Maui. But something is waiting for Mike in the depths of the ocean.
We strategically left at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, knowing that we would be swimming through the night. We started off in beautiful water. In 5 hours, I was 10 miles offshore.
At first, the 30-mile swim seems to be going to plan.
I was making good time, and the current was helpful. When I laid out the program for the swim, I told the captain, 0 lights. Lights attract fish, sharks are attracted to fish, 0 lights. Got dark about 7:45. He was having difficulty seeing me, and he turned his lights on so he could spot me, thinking that it'd be better to have the lights on, even if it's going to attract bait, than losing me out there in the blue waters.
But Mike and his crew aren't the only ones in the water.
Then all of a sudden, I got hit by the squid, and that's when all hell broke loose. I got hit by the first squid, and then a second, and then a third. I was terrified that something really bad was about to happen. All of a sudden, I had a very sharp pain in my sternum.
Mike doesn't know it, but he has just become the first recorded human victim of a cookie-cutter shark attack.
I grabbed the kayak, and I was struggling to get into the kayak, and my legs were egg-beating and kicking, and that's when I got hit. and it felt just like a punch. It was just like a... I ran my fingers down my leg, and I felt this big divot, this hole in my leg. Then I started to bleed profusely. From then on, it was, let's get to the hospital as quick as possible. It took us about 5 hours going full speed with the diesel boat to get to Kihei boat ramp.
After several surgeries and months of rehabilitation, Mike makes a full recovery.
I'm gonna come back. I'm not gonna let this incident stop me from swimming this channel. I'm gonna come back one more time.
The attack on Mike Spaulding occurs 10 years before the spike in attacks in 2019. So what changed in that time to make cookie cutter sharks so much more aggressive? Mike thinks he knows the answer.
There were a lot of people doing the channel that year, and if they're out there at night, there's gonna be more cookie cutter shark bites.
A surge in the popularity of channel swimming could increase the chances of a human-shark interaction. A plausible hypothesis. But does it stand up? Dr. Don Kobayashi is a biologist with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, who studies the open ocean ecosystem, including sharks.
When we heard about 3 attacks in the early part of 2019 happening within the scope of just a few months, first thing that came to mind was maybe there's more swimmers in the water.
Dr. Kobayashi's research finds something surprising.
I looked at a website that documents channel crossings in Hawaii. What I found was that with regard to the channel swimmers, it doesn't look like 2019 had more swimmers in the water. There were probably less swimmers in the water than an average year, at least in that particular channel.
The fact of the matter is that the number of swimmers who compete and the number of successful crossings of the channel actually doesn't correlate with the spike in attacks in 2019, which suggests that there's something else contributing to this.
Perhaps there is another reason why the swimmers are attracting sharks, and it centers around a particular part of the day. Mike's attack and the 3 2019 incidents all happened at night, the time of day when cookie cutter sharks migrate from the depths up to the surface.
Cookie cutter sharks spend most of their time in pretty deep water, down to depths of about 3,000 feet. But each night, they make a migration up towards the surface in order to follow their prey. This puts them potentially in greater contact with people.
Dr. James Anderson of California State University, Long Beach, investigates how cookie cutter sharks hunt at night.
So the question becomes, how do these animals actually find their prey? We know that they have these big eyes, which allow for more light to come in. So we have to look at the other sensory organs that can give us clues as to how it hunts, how it finds its prey. So one of the things we can look at is the lateral line system.
The lateral line runs from the tip of a shark's snout to its tail and along both sides of its body. It's made up of a series of fluid-filled canals lined with tiny receptor cells.
And so water flushes in, runs across those receptor cells, and then that triggers an action potential that goes back to the brain, sending messages about the directionality of that water flow came from.
Sharks use this keen sense to hunt. Once they feel a vibration in the water, they follow it in search of a meal.
Cookie cutters have a well-developed lateral line system, which allows them to take water movements generated by potential predators or potential prey.
Could the changes in water pressure made by a splashing swimmer be attracting sharks to the area, increasing the chances of an attack?
It's absolutely possible that the movements of the swimmers attracted the attention of the cookie cutters. Yes, that is primarily part of what that lateral line system on the fish is for.
Swimmers have been crossing the Molokai Channel for years without incident. For this theory to stand up, something would have to be different about the behavior of these particular swimmers.
I really don't think that the 3 swimmers who got bitten would have been splashing any more than any other swimmer who'd made that swim that year or any other time. Yes, it's possible that the animals were cueing in on vibrations, water movement they generated, but I don't believe it's because they had a particularly bad swimming style compared to anyone else.
In the quest for answers, investigators are about to uncover a new clue that could solve the mystery.
The thing that really worries me about cookie cutter sharks is that we have no idea about their movement, so I don't even know when to be scared.
Scientists know that cookie cutter sharks hunt at night. And a detail from Mike's attack offers another clue as to what they might have been hunting.
The cookie cutter shark bite was within minutes of being bumped by the squid.
Dr. Kim Holland of the Shark Lab at the University of Hawaii, Manoa, is at a local fish auction in search of other victims of cookie cutter sharks.
This is a great place to see how common cookie cutter shark bites are on all the different species that are here for sale on the auction floor.
Cookie cutter sharks have long been considered parasites that prey on larger marine life for their primary food source.
Here is a good example of two wounds right next to each other. One circular one there is quite fresh. This is the scar of an old one. So it's a very common phenomenon. So cookie cutter sharks are actually quite specialized, taking plugs of tissue out of larger animals, whether those animals be a swordfish or a tuna or even a dolphin.
But another fish here provides a crucial piece of evidence.
So over here we have a row of mahi-mahi, and these live in the top part of the water column. So these are quite shallow, but even these have cookie cutter shark bites on them, like this one right here.
This is key, because long-distance swimmers swim at the same level where mahi-mahi are found. And mahi-mahi are known to prey on squid. A reason for the attack starts to emerge as a case of mistaken identity.
Well, you can see that a cookie cutter shark doesn't really care what it takes a bite out of. So if it gets a chance to get close to a human, it would probably think, okay, here's a target, take its chances.
Did cookie cutter sharks in the Molokai Channel mistake Mike and the 2019 spike victims for large marine life? Dr. Sora Kim at the University of California, Merced researches the diet of sharks.
For the cookie cutter shark project, we looked at muscle tissue and liver because they capture different amounts of time in terms of diet. Traditionally, we thought that cookie cutter sharks ate large prey, and this was because this is what we could see at the fish market.
In June 2021, scientists, including Dr. Kim, publish a surprising study overturning the conventional wisdom about cookie cutter shark diet.
I was surprised to find that they were eating pretty low on the food chain, things like small fish and squid, and that these larger prey are actually a much smaller part of their diet.
Were the cookie cutter sharks drawn to the area by the presence of squid, bringing them into contact with the swimmers and triggering the attacks?
It's possible that these three swimmers were attacked because of these diel vertical migrating prey. So if there were squid present and the cookie cutter sharks were hoping to eat that, but instead they found a larger prey, then they would have gone after that.
The theory seems to hold water, but when the details of all three attacks are analyzed, a problem emerges. None of the swimmers in 2019 reported seeing squid in the water. Perhaps the cause of the attacks is not something that attracted the sharks, but something that was supposed to keep them away. Investigators turn their attention to the second victim in 2019.
This is the channel where it happened. Haven't been back several years.
Isaiah Mojica is a 25-year-old marathon swimmer who's completed several major channel crossings.
I sort of developed a love for it after training for the English Channel. So in April of 2019, I had already swum the English Channel and the Catalina Channel, and my goal was to swim the Molokai Channel.
Just 3 weeks after the attack on Eric Shaw, Isaiah is preparing to make his own Molokai Channel crossing.
When I was getting ready for the swim and I heard about Eric Shaw's shark incident, I knew that shark attacks are really rare and I didn't think it would happen to me. The goal was to start the swim around 5:30, swim through the night, and then finish around mid-morning. The swim definitely felt like bathtub water. The water seemed very calm.
But the calm doesn't last. At sunset, right after the team turned on navigational lights, Isaiah experiences a strange stinging sensation.
After a while, I kind of got used to the feeling, and I realized, oh, that's a jellyfish.
As night draws in, the crew deploys a special safety mechanism. Every 30 seconds, the device emits a low-voltage electric pulse in the water, which is designed to keep large sharks away from the swimmer. But the pulse is strong enough for Isaiah to feel it as he swims.
Swimming next to the shark shield, I could feel a sharp zap, like a static electricity zap, except kind of all over your body.
Around midnight, boat captain Ivan Shigaki tosses a thermos with a light attached to Isaiah, signaling it is time for a feeding break. But something else in the water is also preparing to feed on Isaiah.
All of a sudden, I felt a sharp pain in my back. I also heard what sounded like someone biting into an apple. I don't think I'll ever forget the sound of that bite or the feeling. And I felt a strong tug on my left shoulder. And I thought that it possibly could have just been a shark shield or a jellyfish kind of zapping me because my body tensed up. I reached back to see what had happened, and I could feel this deep hole in my back. And that's when I knew that something was terribly wrong. I started screaming, "Get me out, get me out."
The boat captain acts swiftly.
We turned on the lights and we looked, and there's a cookie cutter shark swimming away from him. As Isaiah swam away from the shark, he went over to the kayaker and jumped on the kayak. The kayak flipped and he flipped.
The kayaker shouted, "Oh no, I see it too."
So now I have Isaiah in the water and the kayaker in the water.
The men scramble for help.
We're trying to get Isaiah into the boat. I grabbed onto his swim trunks and literally yanked him onto the deck.
And immediately said, "Okay, we need you to lie down here." Started getting out towels. The boat captain took a towel and used that to try to stop the bleeding.
The captain turns the boat back towards Oahu. Back on shore, Isaiah is rushed by ambulance to the hospital.
When I was hospitalized, they cleaned out the wounds. Fortunately, there was no skin graft. What they did was they essentially sewed up each layer of muscle and fat and skin.
It is a full 6 weeks before Isaiah recovers.
So now that it's healed, it looks just like a straight scar right here on the left shoulder, kind of right above the scapula.
But the impact of the terrifying attack leaves a lasting impression.
I haven't tried any channel swim since the incident. I think it'll be a few years from now before I step back into the Molokai Channel.
Isaiah is the second of 3 swimmers to be attacked in the Molokai Channel in 2019. All of them by cookie cutter sharks. The cause of this rare surge in shark attacks is a total mystery. But a detail from Isaiah's swim offers a possible lead. A unique piece of equipment placed in the water alongside Isaiah.
I went with the shark shield because I thought that the extra protection would be helpful on the swim.
Hawaii's waters are home to more than 40 species of shark, posing potential threats to swimmers. Many long-distance swimmers deploy shark shields in an attempt to keep the predators at bay. And while these anti-shark devices are thought to repel larger sharks, like bulls, tigers, and great whites, cookie cutter sharks are different.
One of the things that is curious about cookie cutters is that they do seem to be attracted to unusual electrical fields. So cookie cutters have been known to bite undersea cables and damage them and even bite through them. They've been known to attack the sonar equipment on submarines to the point that they had to start developing ways to protect the telemetry devices for the sonar so the cookie cutters wouldn't damage them.
This surprising fact leads Isaiah to an unconventional theory.
I think it's possible that electric shark deterrents may attract cookie cutter sharks.
Could a shark deterrent actually have the opposite effect?
So they do seem to have an attraction to unusual electrical fields that other animals aren't.
Could this compelling detail be the missing piece to the puzzle?
So of the 3 marathon swimmers that made the Molokai crossing, 2 of them were using shark deterrent devices at the time, whereas 1 was not and yet still got bitten. So it points to the shark deterrent devices not being the singular cause of any of those swimmers being bitten.
Knowing shark deterrents are not the primary cause, investigators focus on another attack in 2019 that may hold vital clues. Matt Buckman is a boat captain escorting a Brazilian channel swimmer from Oahu to Hawaii. The swimmer's name is Aderbal Traylert Oliveira.
Aderbal's demeanor on the boat was very cool and confident. We started at about 4:30 in the afternoon. He was set at such a great pace. He was on time to make a record. And after about 6 hours, we had covered 18 miles.
But this swim is about to set a very different record. Matt watches Aderbal unexpectedly slow down.
And he screamed out loud, "Fish, fish!"
The support kayak comes in for a closer look.
That's when the cookie cutter shark came up and grabbed him. And I saw him like, boom, jumped up on the front of the kayak real quick. And I just jammed it in reverse right towards them to get him on the boat as quickly as possible.
With the injured swimmer on board, the severity of the situation becomes apparent.
As soon as I saw the wound, I knew it was a cookie cutter shark. There was quite a bit of blood, and we tourniqueted him up, and we just punched him. And right when we pulled up, the ambulance pulled up at the same time.
Aderbal is treated for his injuries and eventually makes a full recovery. He is the 3rd swimmer to be attacked by cookie cutter sharks in the Molokai Channel in just over 4 months. This unprecedented spike leaves locals and scientists desperate for answers.
What's going on? Is the moon lining up? Is it a phase? Is it an explosion in population? Nobody really knew.
Most of what we know about cookie cutter sharks, particularly their distribution around the world, actually comes from forensic evidence from the bites that they leave on their prey items. Now, in addition to that, cookie cutter shark wounds are actually also used to help understand human fatalities that have happened in the ocean, particularly to understand how long those bodies have been in the water.
Worldwide, investigators wonder why living humans have only recently come under attack. Is it possible the 2019 spike was caused by a single, flesh-hungry cookie cutter shark? What scientists know is that interactions between humans and cookie cutter sharks are extremely rare. Could the cause of the attacks be the work of a single rogue shark that has developed a taste for human flesh?
The idea of a rogue shark is that there's one shark that, for some reason or another, has attacked multiple humans. And there's very, very limited evidence for this throughout history, but the fact of the matter is that there are some cases in which this has occurred.
It's thought that in 1919, a spate of fatal shark attacks along the New Jersey shore was the work of a single rogue bull shark. 100 years later, and halfway across the world, is the same thing happening in Hawaii?
Now, it's been suggested that the cookie cutter shark attacks on humans in the Molokai Channel in 2019 could have involved a rogue cookie cutter shark.
The answer lies in the bite marks left on the swimmers who were attacked.
These are all classic cookie cutter shark wounds. All of them have this circular form to them. Now, when we look at all of these wounds, we see a lot of similarity because all of these have those telltale signs of a cookie cutter shark having been involved in the attack. Now, some of these attacks even happened in a pretty close proximity, similar times to each other.
Distinct bite patterns could be the very clue investigators have been waiting for. In addition to comparing bite wounds from the 2019 survivors, Dr. Huber also analyzes the bite wounds of the first ever Hawaii cookie cutter attack, that of Mike Spaulding.
While Mike and Isaiah's attacks appear to have come from cookie cutter sharks that were of very similar size, potentially the same shark, Aderbal's attack was definitely from a smaller shark, so there's no way that the same shark could have been responsible for each of these attacks. It's highly unlikely that there was a single cookie cutter shark attacking swimmers in 2019.
To unlock the secrets of this elusive creature, investigators turn to someone who has encountered them on many occasions.
It's extremely rare to actually see a cookie cutter shark. First time I saw a cookie cutter shark, I didn't realize I was looking at a shark. Cookie cutter sharks are by far the weirdest looking shark I've ever seen.
Josh Lambus is an award-winning photographer specializing in night dives, known as black water dives. In 2008, he became the first person known to capture a living cookie cutter shark on video.
You know, as far as I knew, it was an elusive shark that no one got to see, and then it wasn't until we started blackwater diving with some regularity that we actually got to see them.
Josh believes a clue could lie in a key aspect of cookie cutter shark behavior, one that is part of a much larger natural phenomenon that occurs in the ocean every single night. To demonstrate, he heads towards the site of the 2019 attacks, the Molokai Channel. The movement of sea creatures from deep water to the surface is called vertical dial migration.
This migration that we're seeing each night during a blackwater dive is actually the largest migration on the planet. The animals we come across out there are completely out of this world. I sometimes think that if we somehow came across an alien species, we wouldn't even know that it was an alien species.
Just like the 2019 attacks, all of Josh's cookie cutter shark encounters occurred at night and near the surface. Could the reason these sharks swim up from the depths also be the reason for the spike in attacks on humans?
Cookie cutter sharks spend most of their time in pretty deep water, down to depths of about 3,000 feet. But each night, they make a migration up towards the surface in order to follow their prey. And as they work their way up towards the surface, this puts them potentially in greater contact with people.
While the presence of cookie cutter sharks near the surface at night is clearly a factor in the attacks, it cannot explain why the spike occurred. There must be something else. In 2019, the scientific community in Hawaii witnessed another unusual marine phenomenon, one that could unlock the secret to the mystery once and for all.
In 2019, when the people got attacked by the cookie cutter sharks, we started seeing a lot of these very unusual deep water fish, which no one has seen in Hawaii, coming up into shallow water by the hundreds. These fish are called knife-jaw fish.
Knife-jaw fish are found deep below the ocean's surface. They are named after a strange characteristic of their teeth, which fuse together to form a razor-sharp beak.
In ancient Hawaiian history, there is no record of knife-jaw fish in the Hawaiian Islands. Turns out that these knife-jaw fish live in the deep water canyons offshore of Hawaii, 500 feet all the way down to about 2,000 feet deep.
Could the surfacing of the rarely seen knife-jaw fish in 2019 provide the evidence needed to solve the case? Marine biologist Terry Lilly believes there's a connection between the sightings of the knife-jaw fish and the cookie cutter shark attacks.
For over 50 years now, it has been well known by the scientific community and the U.S. military that sonar coming off of submarines underwater affects the behavior of our whales, dolphins, sea turtles, fish, and sharks.
Could a change in deep-water military exercises answer the rare cookie cutter and human clash?
Cookie cutter sharks do move up and down. They do this for a variety of reasons. It could be to find food, to avoid predation. It could be a lot of things, but most things that are mobile can and will find their comfort zone of preferred habitat.
Now that the military has told us that they move this activity, none of these problems currently exist. So I think that shows us that this underwater submarine activity really did have an effect on our marine life in this 2019 timeframe.
Was the alleged increase in deep-water military activity enough to explain the 2019 attacks?
There's been military activity, Navy activity in Hawaii for decades. It's a very important base for the Navy. So I don't think there's been any change in the naval or other kinds of activity that could account for a putative spike in cookie cutter shark bites.
Deepwater military activity in the channel does not explain the spike. There's one critical clue still to explore: the water itself. Before 2019, there was only one recorded cookie cutter attack in Hawaiian waters. But that year, there were 3 vicious attacks. Something in the water must have changed. Dr. Don Kobayashi and his team have identified a key difference in the marine environment that occurred in 2019.
Once we heard about the 2019 spike, my colleague Dr. Ryan Rikaziski and myself started to explore the oceanography of the channel region, particularly with respect to sea surface temperature. 2019 was a very, very odd year in that it started out cooler than usual and ended up much warmer than usual. So it wasn't a cool year or warm year per se, but it was a little bit of both.
To their surprise, the researchers found what is referred to in the scientific community as an anomaly.
By anomalous sea surface temperature, we mean it fell outside the range of the 10th or 90th percentile, respectively, for cooler or warmer sea surface temperatures. So we're still trying to figure out what causes that, and it's probably related to this large gyre.
A gyre is a system of rotational currents. Hawaii resides in the North Pacific Gyre, which moves clockwise and is formed by 4 ocean currents: the North Pacific, the California, the North Equatorial, and the Kuroshio.
The temperature of the ocean will depend on the speed of that gyre and how fast that water is moving around in that very, very large wheel, which was known to be spinning a little bit slower that year. So this had pronounced effects on the oceanography around the Hawaiian Islands.
Because of the gyre's slow rotational speed, water temperatures around Hawaii in 2019 started off colder, but heated up to the second highest surface temperatures on record by midsummer, right around the time of the last cookie cutter attacks of that year. But how would these warmer temperatures affect the behavior of sharks?
We have some hypotheses that perhaps a change in the vertical distribution of the cookie cutter sharks might put it in that overlap region with a human swimmer near the surface of the ocean. There could also be changes in the cookie cutter shark's predator-prey dynamics, like perhaps it's hungrier or the food has changed its location. But given that the oceanography seems to have changed, there's probably something going on with the cookie cutter shark behavior that brings it more into contact with humans in that year.
Dan Huber believes this plays into a key predatory characteristic of many marine creatures, including sharks.
And this feeds into a physiological process called hunt warm, rest cool. Sharks will move into warmer waters in order to hunt because in those warmer waters, they'll have a higher metabolic rate and their muscles will perform at a higher level. But once they get their food in those warm waters, they retreat into colder waters. And when they do so, their metabolic rate is going to go down, which means that the meal that they just got is actually going to last longer. So because the waters off the coast of Hawaii were warmer than normal during the summer of 2019, this could have resulted in more cookie cutter sharks more actively feeding in those shallow waters and potentially being the contributing factor that explains the spike in 2019.
An unusual swing from cooler to record-breaking warmer waters in the Molokai Channel is likely the answer to the 2019 spike. Los Angeles, California, home of beautiful beaches and Hollywood blockbusters. But in 2007, a dark story emerges from the depths. 4 harrowing shark attacks in just over 3 months. Locals are on high alert. Why have the sharks of California suddenly flipped the script? The answer could affect beachgoers around the world. Vic Calandra is an avid outdoorsman who resides on the California coast.
I love living in Malibu. Just a really good, strong sense of community here.
Just an hour drive west of the city of Los Angeles, Malibu sits upon the pristine Pacific coast. It's a playland for families, a paradise for surfers, and a front row seat for marine wildlife enthusiasts. Home to gray whales and bottlenose dolphins, sea lions and seals. This area is also a shark superhighway. Cruising these waters are the thresher shark, which smacks and stuns its victims with its long, lethal tail. The striking horn shark that prefers the sandy seafloor. And the blue shark, named for its uniquely colored skin. Despite the presence of these predators, shark encounters along this coast are rare. But that's not the case for much longer. In 2007, Vic paddleboards both competitively and recreationally.
Paddleboarding offers a complete different perspective of the water. You can see fairly deep, you can see what's swimming underneath you. Paddleboarding is a form of meditation.
But his calm is about to be shattered.
It was an annual paddleboard race, which was referred to the Tommy Zahn race. Started out, normal race. The group separated fairly quickly. There was probably 3 or 4 of us out in front.
About halfway through the event, something unexpected catches Vic's eye.
I ended up looking back, and as I turned, about 30 feet, 40 feet behind me, I saw a fin come up. It was probably about 1.5 feet out of the water.
And it's closing in on Vic.
It came up within a very short period of time to about 10 or 15 feet behind me. I could see the girth. It wasn't just the fin, it was stretched out 1.5 feet on each side of the fin. This had been the largest shark I'd ever seen.
Nearly half a mile offshore, there's no escape.
It came up within 1 foot or 2 of me, and that's when it began. I tried to strike at it and scare it away, and it was probably not the best move. It started to get more agitated. The game changed completely. I was prey at that point. I'm paddling, I get bumped. The shark had bumped the back of the board. I went down halfway into the water, held onto my board, and rolled back onto the board.
Vic shouts to nearby racers for help.
I'm yelling shark to them. One of them veers towards me, and he yells to me, "It's on your tail, keep paddling." I was completely terrified at that point.
The Good Samaritan is Joe Everett, an off-duty lifeguard.
I just kind of tried to hit the shark with the tip of my board. And that worked. The shark went away. There was this eerie silence. And then he came back. And I believe that's when the real fight happened.
Vic strikes the shark with his paddle, while Joe punches the predator again and again.
This happened for about 5 or 6 minutes, which seemed like eternity.
And then ultimately, the shark went away again.
And we did not see the shark at any point after that.
After 20 terrifying minutes, Vic's shark encounter is finally over.
We got to shore and just sat down. I was in shock. You go through an experience like that, there's a moment of silence, I think, for everyone. When I gathered my thoughts and such, my daughter had come up to me, and I was just thankful that, I had that opportunity to get back to my daughter.
Vic emerges unscathed, but not unaffected.
I had various nightmares of encounters with sharks after that, but I knew I needed to get back into the water.
A few days after the incident, Vic returns to the ocean.
I felt that experience was one-in-a-lifetime event. I knew it was something that was going to change my perspective on things for a while.
So you can just see them cruising through this area. There goes a leopard shark.
Dr. Chris Lowe runs the Shark Lab at California State University, Long Beach.
There are about 22 species of sharks found along California coast, ranging from species that hang right out off the beach into lagoons to ones that live in the open ocean. But the species that people interact with the most are the ones found closest to the beach. So those include horned sharks, they include leopard sharks, and of course the one that everybody knows, the great white.
To identify the species behind Vic's attack, Dr. Lowe turns to the paddleboarder's eyewitness account.
I could see the girth. It wasn't just the fin, it was stretched out 1.5 feet on each side of the fin. This had been the largest shark I'd ever seen.
Based on his description of the shark, it sounds like it was potentially an adult white shark.
White sharks can get up to about 21.5 feet long. They're the largest predatory fish on Earth. Historically, white sharks are responsible for more attacks off the coast of Southern California, and in fact, more attacks around the world than any other species of shark.
Investigators know what species carried out the attack, but they still don't know why. Vic has his own theory.
I'm paddling, I get bumped. The shark had bumped the back of the board. It was curious, and I believe it just bumped me because it was inquisitive.
The history of Vic's favorite sport seems to support this idea.
In 2007, paddleboarding was fairly rare at that particular point, and you're starting to see more individuals farther out in the shoreline than you typically would.
Is curiosity the reason the shark bumped Vic's board?
Sharks are absolutely curious animals. When there's new items in the environment, they tend to investigate that.
Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa explores the theory.
When a white shark is cruising through the water, it's looking up at the surface, and what it sees is a silhouetted torso with limbs sticking off of it, which looks just like a seal's body as the sunlight is coming down and creating that silhouette. If you add to that the fact that the paddle boarder is making splashes in the surface of the water as they're working their way through the water, that's also going to draw the shark's attention into that spot.
Could a paddleboard entice a shark into taking a closer look or bite? Is this the cause of the sudden increase in shark attacks? Over the next 3 months, 3 more shark attacks rocked this Southern California coastline, making 4 incidents in total. That's more than occurred in the previous 25 years. This shocking turn of events makes headlines.
It was big news. People are scared, and rightly so.
The LA coastline is on alert, and locals want answers.
4 encounters in 1 year between sharks and people off the coast of Los Angeles is alarming. We just don't see that very often.
In search of clues, investigators discover a similarity between the attacks. All 4 encounters occurred near the shoreline. Dr. Lowe and a team of student researchers investigate the movements of sharks in that particular area.
There was a spate of incidents in a location, all within a short period of time, where a bunch of individuals were bitten by sharks. The number one thing we would want to know is how many sharks are present in that area? How much time are they spending in that area? Are these just individuals that are transient, passing through?
Understanding both the number and distribution of sharks in this region will help Dr. Lowe determine if humans are at greater risk of being bitten.
We're gonna put a drone up and try to find some clear water to put the brub. We really need to understand what these animals are doing. So we spy, basically, on these animals. So these are baited remote underwater video systems, BRUVs for short. We're gonna drop the BRUV here and let it sit for a couple hours and let the cameras roll. Come back and pick it up and see what we got. It acts like a selfie station. So we're even using cool new machine learning algorithms to build libraries of individuals that we can track over time. So we have all these receivers. All these individual white sharks are individuals that we detected in a 5-day period.
The data reveals something alarming.
So you can see there are periods when they're working right along the edge of the beach. This is where people are. And then other times of the day, they're outside. But they're basically just going back and forth along these areas.
Not only are sharks patrolling the inshore area in large numbers, They're doing so dangerously close to humans.
There are 10 sharks in this frame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individuals right there. There's some surfers, 8, 9, 10. That's probably an 8-foot white shark. There's the wave break right there.
Why are sharks spending so much time close to shore? A chilling detail from one of the attacks provides a new lead.
Back in 2007, I was actually surfing a couple times a week. Before work, I would surf with some of the guys that I worked with.
Andrew Sinagra has an abiding love of the ocean and of its inhabitants.
I've had plenty of encounters with sharks where I've been swimming with them. I've swam with them all over the world.
But in 2007, an unplanned shark encounter turns Andrew's life upside down.
I never would have thought in a million years that the day would have ended the way that it did. I was meeting my friends at their condo right up on the beach. We were gonna surf in the morning. After surfing, we were gonna go over to the Venice Street Fair. There had been a heat wave earlier in the month, but when we came to the beach, everything seemed normal. It's a day a lot like today, actually. It was a little bit cooler out. We had been in there for a while, catching a few waves, and I noticed this large shadow come under my board from the left. My board's roughly 8 feet long, and the shark was about the same size as my board. So I could see this was a large animal that passed directly below me. We're like, all right, maybe it's time to go in. I look down, and I can see that the shark is on the wave in between us. The wave behind me crashed and knocked my feet out from underneath me, so I kind of got kicked back, and that's where we made contact.
A shark sinks its teeth into Andrew's foot.
It felt like I got hit with a large rubber mallet. Like someone took a mallet and swung it as hard as it can. It was just a hard strike that just hit me all of a sudden.
Just as quickly as it hit, the shark is gone.
I didn't know if there was going to be a second attack. That's when I did become panicked and I needed to get out of the water. When I looked down and saw my foot, at first, there was nothing. And then all of a sudden, just blood started pouring out of the top of my foot. And there was so much blood, I still couldn't tell how many puncture wounds there were or what was actually happening yet.
A lifeguard bandages Andrew's wound, and the next day, the surfer seeks medical attention.
The doctor on call at the time heard that there was a shark bite, and so he came down and he in fact confirmed that it looked like a classic bite wound. The shark tooth cut through the muscle in my foot.
Andrew was on crutches for 3 weeks, but it takes nearly a year for him to return to the water.
I definitely feel lucky that the only thing that happened to my foot was the puncture wounds. It could have been a lot worse.
Andrew's incident occurs just 2 months after Vic's, part of an unnerving string of 4 shark attacks off the coast of Los Angeles. It's an uptick that forces local authorities to act.
There's been an increase in the number of shark sightings, which ultimately makes it so the lifeguards will have to shut an area of the beach down and increase the number of patrols.
What's causing this disturbing surge? A clue from Andrew's attack could help solve the mystery. Dr. Huber investigates.
Now, an important detail here is that, according to Andrew's account, and also from the doctors who attended to him, was that this wound was as deep as it is wide across the surface, which means that a pretty large tooth would have sunk into it to cause a lot of damage. It basically appeared like Andrew had been stabbed in the foot.
And according to Dr. Huber, there's only one shark capable of inflicting such a wound.
It appears that a white shark was responsible for the attack.
A white shark, the same culprit identified in Vic's encounter. But something makes this white shark different.
My board's roughly 8 feet long, and the shark was about the same size as my board.
Given that Andrew described the shark that attacked him as being about the size of his surfboard, roughly in the 8 to 10 foot range, this would mean that Andrew was attacked by a juvenile white shark. Juvenile white sharks tend to spend time a bit closer to the coast than do adult white sharks.
The reason for this goes back to an amazing element of great white physiology.
White sharks have this really cool characteristic called a countercurrent heat exchanger. It's an arrangement of blood vessels inside their body that helps them to retain body heat so that they can elevate their body temperature compared to the surrounding water. Turns out that adult white sharks are better at doing this than juvenile white sharks, so juvenile white sharks tend to spend more time in shallower, warmer, more coastal waters.
Could the temperature of the water play a part in the attacks off the Los Angeles coast in 2007?
I've been living in Malibu for close to 35 years, and you would go for years and not hear about these particular encounters with humans and great whites. What I've noticed now is that they seem to come in waves, more in the summer months.
Dr. Andrew Lysing of the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration specializes in tracking sea surface temperatures. He dives into the data from the time of the spike.
And so you'll notice during 2007, right around May is when this whole region starts to warm up and stays warm for most of the summer on into the fall. And these temperatures are up above 6 degrees warmer than normal for this region. The whole thing would be classified as a marine heat wave.
The marine heat wave of 2007 saw seawater more than 6 degrees above normal. And it occurred in the exact same months as the attacks.
So the fact that there was warmer than normal water temperatures in 2007 could be a contributing factor to the spike in attacks in Los Angeles.
As answers begin to come into focus, investigators turn their attention to a different freak occurrence on these shores. One that poisoned a shark's prey and just might explain the attacks.
We rescue about 300 to 500 seals and sea lions a year.
Peter Wallerstein has spent 35 years working as a first responder to distressed animals. And in 2007, he witnesses something unusual.
5 sea lions a day were getting bitten.
A popular prey item of white sharks, sea lions are often seen along Southern California's shores, including on the very day when Vic was attacked.
The beginning of the race starts at Zuma Beach, and the race terminates at the Malibu Pier. There's a lot of different marine mammals out in the water. Seal, sea lion.
In 2007, sea lions begin washing up on the beaches.
In 2007, we saw domoic acid break out, which is really a horrible toxin. It affects the brain and does a lot of damage.
Domoic acid is a neurotoxin produced by a form of algae that's somewhat common off of the Southern California coast.
It's one of the most devastating things that happen in marine life in LA County. Pelicans get it, and whales get it, and sea lions get it real bad too.
Could high levels of domoic acid play a part in the spike?
There's a variety of factors that can lead to increases in domoic acid concentration, including elevated water temperature and nutrient pollution, things like fertilizers running off from the coast into those waters. That combination of things basically feeds an algal bloom, and those algal blooms result in increased concentrations of domoic acid in the water.
As smaller fish eat the algae and larger animals eat the smaller fish, the domoic acid levels that are passed on increase exponentially. This can lead to devastating consequences for marine life toward the top of the food chain, like seals and sea lions.
Now, the reason for this is because domoic acid causes a spike in the activity of the central nervous system. Neurons in the brain start firing much more rapidly. And all of that excess activity can cause things ranging from seizures to memory loss.
A sea lion's tragedy may be a great white's opportunity.
Hey, guys.
Dr. Lauren Palmer of the Marine Mammal Care Center explores the connection.
Rescuing marine animals does tell us something about the sharks. We can see which animals that they're preying on, what size and what time of year, when, how many. So we learn a lot about sharks by looking at the prey that they go after.
And what Dr. Palmer has learned from her work with poison pinnipeds is crucial to the investigation.
Domoic acid almost certainly makes seals and sea lions more vulnerable to shark attacks. The sea lions can be very lethargic. They can actually have seizures repeatedly. They can fall into a coma. They can die outright.
Normally, pinnipeds are hunted almost exclusively by adult great whites. That's because juveniles, like the one that bit Andrew, lack the size and strength to take down these marine mammals. But that may not be the case if a pinniped has been poisoned.
It's possible that in 2007, there were a lot more juvenile white sharks preying on sick sea lions that they could actually capture. But does domoic acid affect the shark's nervous system the same way it does a mammal? We don't know.
Could vulnerable prey have lured juvenile white sharks close to shore, putting them in direct contact with the victims of the 2007 spike? Dr. Palmer examines the data.
Actually, we don't see a correlation between shark attacks and domoic acid events thus far. That could be because the animals don't make it to shore.
Domoic acid is not the cause of the spike. But one thing this theory does show is that a white shark's movements are impacted by those of their prey. Perhaps a different food source is central to understanding the spike. Another attack holds a clue.
Venice Beach has always been kind of the mecca for surf and skate. I began surfing when I was a kid. Surfed pretty much every other day with my buddies.
One of Sam Bendel's favorite surf spots is near the Venice Pier.
I always knew that there were sharks in the water up and down the Pacific coast. I didn't really ever think twice about them being here in Venice Beach.
Sam hits the water.
The sun had gone down, pier lights had gone up, the moon was starting to rise a little bit, so there was still enough to see. We'd been out for about an hour and was paddling out to get up over the crest of a wave. My left hand had gone into the water and all the way to the back of my stroke, and something hit me. And I pulled my hand up, could see that it was bleeding, and I was like, oh no, shark. And I started like paddling frantically in.
With just moonlight to guide him, Sam scrambles to shore.
I looked at my hand and I was like, oh, that's a lot of blood. It was just 3 gash scratch marks that had a lot of blood going off of it. Just like put a little bit of pressure on, and we're like, all right, no more night surfing.
Sam escapes serious injury.
My hand wasn't mangled. I was thankful that it wasn't any worse than it was.
But the encounter leaves a lasting impression.
Have I ever gone night surfing again? The answer to that is a strong nope. Not trying to relive the memories of what I experienced, but it won't stop me from continuing to surf.
Sam is one of 4 victims bitten off the coast of Los Angeles in just over 3 months. The surfer is unable to identify the species of his attacker. So could this latest encounter also be the work of the mighty great white? Dr. Lowe examines the evidence.
So looking at the photos, it's really difficult to tell, especially from wounds that have healed. But small white sharks, based on the size of the wounds, that's a possibility.
4 attacks, likely all by great whites. But what has changed to make the white sharks near Los Angeles turn on people? Another clue from Sam's encounter could shed some light.
The moon is starting to rise a little bit, so there was still enough to see.
The moon. The phases of this ethereal orb serve an important role in nature.
The lunar cycle can have a large effect on marine life. There are lots of cases around the world of different marine organisms reproducing synchronized to full moons.
Dr. Huber knows one such creature whose reproduction corresponds with the lunar cycle. It's slender, silver, and found along the coast of Southern California.
Grunion are small baitfish that live along the coast, and on full moons during the summer, they beach themselves to spawn, and then they get washed out by waves. Now, what that means is that during full moons along the Southern California coast, sometimes there are large collections of baitfish right up against the coast, and anytime there's a large collection of baitfish, that could potentially bring in predators.
An influx of small fish, like grunion, can lure in medium fish. In turn, these medium fish attract even larger animals, like sharks. And that puts these predators right in the path of surfers like Sam Bendel.
So the question some people have posited is that white sharks are attracted to grunion spawn. Why not? There are thousands of fish at these spots. That's a possibility, but the fact that we've never found a grunion in a white shark's stomach probably suggests that there's no correlation between grunion spawning and the probability of sharks biting people at those locations.
While great whites do feast on baitfish, it seems grunion are not on their menu. This cyclical spawning does not explain the surge in shark attacks. Perhaps the presence of fish is important in another way. A detail from Sam's attack site could turn the investigation on its head.
I started paddling frantically in, ran up to the top of the pier, and then looked down, and we could see 2 or 3 big silhouettes. We had kind of all collectively in that moment realized that there was wildlife in the ocean waiting to get their evening meal.
Sam was surfing near the Venice Pier at the time of his attack. The Venice Pier is a popular fishing location where anglers reel in mackerel, Pacific bonito, queenfish, and sometimes larger sea life.
I got a call about a harbor seal that was caught, and so we went to the pier. I see a guy reeling up his reel, and at the end of it is a harbor seal with a hook in his mouth.
It's a scenario that seems to be occurring more frequently.
There's been an increase in fishing from piers off of the Los Angeles coast. And this is potentially problematic because large animals can be hooked and brought closer to shore where people are using the beach. So this would have put a lot of blood into the water, which could have drawn in other predators. So potentially, pier fishing is a way to increase the number of interactions between people and sharks.
According to Dr. Lowe, it's not just hooked pinnipeds that might pique a shark's interest and cause an attack. Fishing piers may be problematic in another way.
One of our focuses is really on the behavior of sharks and the ecology. Why do they do what they do? And of course, that's hard to do without looking at how they interact with people, because we've become part of the ocean ecology. So fishing has been going on off California beaches and piers for over 100 years. In fact, many of our ocean piers were built for that purpose. But white sharks really weren't around in that great a number 100 years ago. It's been their conservation recovery that has brought them back. And now we have people fishing with new kinds of gear. These guys are using heavy tackle, big steel leader, big hooks. They're specifically targeting these sharks. Sharks are no different than all other animals. When that animal gets scared or gets in a fight, it gets an adrenaline rush, a push. So a shark that's caught on a hook and line, for example, it feels it's being attacked. And anything near it, it may attribute to its being attacked. And this is kind of dangerous because there are people swimming and surfing in these places. So now you have an angry shark that is fighting for its life to get off that line. And that shark is lashing out back and forth, thinking that maybe this guy is the thing that's trying to harm him.
Could the presence of fishing piers be at the root of the Southern California spike? Perhaps the answer to the 2007 attacks may be found in analyzing another eerily similar shark encounter that occurred nearby in 2014.
This is crazy to say this, but I've been swimming consistently for 50 years.
Steve Robles has a deep passion for long-distance swimming. But in 2014, a routine swim near a fishing pier ends in disaster and almost ends his life.
It was a bright sunny day that morning. The weather was warm, the water temperature was warmer than normal. My group of swimmers and I, we got up and started a 2-mile swim starting from Hermosa Pier to Manhattan Pier.
Unbeknownst to Steve and his friends, fishermen on the Manhattan Beach Pier have a large fish on the line. A shark.
We were about 100 yards from finishing the swim. That's when I saw the shark underneath me.
The shark breaks free of the fisherman's hook.
I saw it to be about an 8-foot shark, and it surfaced right up in front of me. His head was out of the water, and we're staring at each other eye to eye. And I said, oh my God, this thing's too close. This could be it. This is my last moment. And then it came in and bit me. The shark locked in on my torso. I had to fight. My hands went up, I grabbed its nose, and I just kept pushing and pushing. And once the shark released me, I was able to swim a couple strokes away from it on my back. And right behind me, about 5 strokes behind, was my other swimmer friend. I jump on top of him in a panic, saying, I got bit, I got bit. And then he looks over and he sees just all kinds of blood coming out of me. I didn't know the extent of the damage. I was really afraid that I might bleed out. A group of guys were carrying me up to the sand. I was just screaming and screaming as loud as I ever have. I'm scared. I might die.
Doctors used stitches to repair the slashes on Steve's right side.
The shark itself bit me right on my torso. It started right on my chest here. One bite grabbed all the way to the back, and it held on for 5 seconds. And I mean,
Though harrowing, Steve's attack may also be revealing. Could a discovery from his incident be the key to unlocking LA's 2007 spike once and for all?
So we see from Steve's attack clear evidence of the lower jaw and the upper jaw of the white shark.
Dr. Huber's bite analysis concludes that a great white is responsible for both the 2007 attacks and this 2014 encounter. If the incidents share a common culprit, could they also share a common cause?
In the case of Steve's attack, both Steve and the shark were victims. That shark had been hooked and was fighting for its life for 40 minutes. It was simply just trying to get away. Steve, on the other hand, just had a case of bad luck. He was swimming through the water that same shark was trying to escape from. So Steve got attacked, and the shark was surely stressed out, and so they both lost in that situation.
Is proximity to fishing piers the same reason for the 2007 spike near Los Angeles?
Fishing from a pier can potentially bring large, dangerous animals into proximity with beachgoers who are simply trying to enjoy the water. But the fact of the matter is that during the spike in Los Angeles in 2007, only one of the 4 attacks involved fishing, which means that this type of fishing is not the smoking gun. It's not the main factor in contributing to these attacks.
As investigators consider new leads, surfer Sam Bendel proposes his own hypothesis.
I don't blame the shark biting me. I think he may have mistaken me for a seal or another piece of wildlife that was prey to him.
Mistaken identity. It's the same idea investigators considered earlier in the wake of Vic Calandra's attack.
The majority of white shark attacks occur on surfers, and the reason for that is because the silhouette of a surfboard and the surfer's body coming off of that board look just like the preferred prey type of white sharks, which are things like seals and sea lions.
3 of the 4 victims in 2007 were on surfboards or paddleboards when attacked. Could mistaken identity be the cause of the LA spike? Local drone photographer Carlos Gauna has striking visual evidence that could answer this question.
I lived in Malibu in 2007. I was well aware of the amount of shark encounters because a lot of my friends are surfers. And so I remember quite vividly people coming in and telling me, look, I was surfing today, I saw a breach. You got a paddleboarder going straight at a shark. The shark is going straight at the paddleboarder. Both of them meet. The only one to react is actually the shark.
In this footage, the shark swims away from the paddleboard rather than investigating it as prey, contradicting the idea of mistaken identity. And according to Dr. Lowe, this is the behavior he'd expect to see.
I struggle with this theory, and the reason is these animals take down some of the most nimble, highly social, adapted animals for swimming in the ocean, marine mammals. To say that they can't tell the difference between the silhouette of a board that makes a different sound, exhibits no similar odor, just doesn't seem right to me.
Sharks mistaking surfers and paddleboarders for pinnipeds is not behind the 2007 spike. Perhaps there's another aspect of the marine mammal's behavior to explore.
Sea lions breed during the summer months on islands off the coast of Southern California. So in those summer months and into the fall, there's an elevated number of potential prey items for white sharks. Marine mammals have been a conservation success story in the United States over the course of the last 40 years. As it turns out, the spike in attacks off of Los Angeles in 2007 coincided with the reproductive time of the seals and sea lions that live there. So while seal and sea lion populations in general are increasing, they happen to be particularly high during the summer to early fall months off the coast of Southern California, and this is exactly when the spike in attacks occurred.
Could an increase in sea lions have drawn white sharks closer to shore? Dr. Lowe believes the answer to this question lies in analyzing a great white's diet. To do so, his research team examines a surprising aspect of the predator's anatomy: its skin.
This is our biopsy punch, and we use this to take tissue samples from sharks and to do a stable isotopes analysis.
Did you get tissue?
Yeah. What time was the time?
Nice.
We take tissue samples because you know the old saying, you are what you eat? That's one way we can try to figure out what white sharks are eating without having to cut them open and see what's in their stomachs.
So with the tissue sample, I dry it and I crush it in the lab, make it powder so it can go through a machine to get that stable isotope signature. All right, we're gonna scoop it now. Then I'm looking at two stable isotope signatures, carbon and nitrogen. And what these signatures tell you an idea of like what type of food this shark is eating.
What they discover could upend certain beliefs about a white shark's diet, and may also solve the 2007 spike.
So we know that white sharks will definitely feed on sea lions. It's not a fave. Northern elephant seal, the fave. Harbor seals, pretty good. California sea lion, we'll eat them if we have to.
This preference between pinnipeds may be integral to the investigation, as research from Dr. Lowe's team suggests that although there are more sea lions in the water, sharks are surprisingly not eating more of them.
It's not that there's more sea lions, there's also more elephant seals. And if white sharks prefer to eat those, why wouldn't they?
A pinniped population boom is not to blame. As investigators go back to the drawing board, a shared detail between all of the attacks emerges.
There had been a heat wave earlier in the month.
I believe encounters with humans and great whites. I think it comes in certain waves. It seems to be more in the summer months.
The investigation already revealed that LA's 2007 shark attacks occurred between June and early October, coinciding with a marine heat wave. But what about Steve Roble's attack in 2014?
2014 was an unusual year. The water was warmer than normal. We were seeing unusually high water temperatures.
Dr. Andrew Lysing checks to see if the data supports Steve's observation.
So in the beginning of July 2014, we had this setup where we had extremely warm waters throughout the Bight and more to the south. And these are so warm they're off my chart here. There's something like 7 or 8 degrees above normal, a massive marine heat wave here.
Dr. Lysing confirms. Water temperatures are unusually high around the LA coast in both 2007 and 2014.
The reason is because of the wind patterns in the region. The winds are actually going off this direction instead of along the coast, and they're much weaker than normal. So you're not going to get much coastal upwelling and mixing of those surface waters, so it's not going to cool down. Instead, it can just kind of keep on heating up right in the surface.
These wind patterns are the result of a complex weather event called an El Nino.
El Ninos are warmer, La Ninas are cooler. They're normal, and then there's 2014. Boing. It was one of the strongest El Ninos we've had, and it collided with the blob in the Pacific Northwest.
The blob is an unusual mass of warm water that was first detected in late 2013.
Oceanographers have not seen that, even in climate records going back 10,000 years.
But how does this warmer water affect sharks?
What I'm seeing from 2007 was there was this fairly warm pool of water that got closer and closer to the shore. Then the animals also are sort of smudged down into a smaller region. So basically you would have the same number of animals, but crunched into a smaller area.
Our wind dropped down, and we have warmer water along the beaches, which many of the juvenile white sharks are seeking out. That means we are putting lots of people that recreate in our coastal ocean in close proximity to sharks. Proximity is everything.
A viable theory for the 2007 spike emerges. Higher than normal water temperatures bring sharks closer to shore, leading to increased interactions with humans.
Whenever we see a spike in shark attacks, we tend to try to look for a single smoking gun. But the fact of the matter is that nature works in complex systems, and there often isn't a single causative factor. What we know is that there was elevated water temperatures, so now we've got more prey in the water, which could be drawing white sharks closer to the shore to hunt on these animals, and potentially leading to an increase in the number of attacks. And this whole situation likely brought white sharks into proximity with beachgoers off of Los Angeles in 2007.
With the mystery solved, LA residents and the survivors of the 2007 attacks can breathe a sigh of relief.
I actually grew a deep respect for great white sharks. If I was paddleboarding again and ran into this situation again, I think I would have a completely different reaction. I don't believe I'd strike at it. I think my reaction caused the shark to pursue me more. So I think on a go-forward basis, I'd be more of observation mode and leave it at that, see where it rolled.
The shocking warming trends around the LA coast are also happening worldwide, which means shark and human encounters could continue to rise.
I think people are scared of sharks mostly because they're not around them very often, and when they do have encounters, people think of the worst type of encounter. I think sharks can be aggressive, but I think that is few and far between, and those are the only incidents that people remember.
I wouldn't let anybody tell you, oh, surfing's dangerous, you're gonna get eaten by a shark. Don't fall for that. It's amazing. The rewards far outweigh the little nips.
Florida's Space Coast. The only thing that rivals the power of its rockets is the terror of its depths. In 2003, 10 horrifying shark attacks leave beachgoers reeling. Investigators must uncover the cause before it's too late. In 2003, science writer James Hathaway takes a business trip to Florida and brings his family along.
We were here at Cocoa Beach. We were here to watch a launch for NASA. It was a Mars launch, and the kids were mainly here because, of course, it was a cool beach.
Cocoa Beach lies south of Cape Canaveral, along a stretch of eastern Florida coastline dubbed the Space Coast.
Surf and beach culture here at the Space Coast, it has a lot of history with a lot of contests, a lot of shapers, and the reason why so many people do love the beach and the waves here is because it's warm, it's sandy bottom.
Each year, millions of tourists flock here for sun, surf, and rocket launches. But visitors looking up may miss a threat down below.
When I am in the water, I'm always aware that sharks are there. I think they are out there and they don't really want to be around people, and they like to just stay on the periphery. They like to keep you guessing, but they're 100% the boss.
I've seen guys with bites from their hip down to their knee.
Everybody surfs, and the etiquette around sharks is pretty much keep your hands and feet up and wait for them to go away. A lot of people can surf here their whole life and never even notice a shark. That doesn't mean that the shark's not nearby, but people who are watching for them pretty much gonna see one sooner or later.
From species considered harmless to humans, like the nurse shark, with thousands of tiny serrated teeth, the basking shark, with its wide open mouth, and the lemon shark, to some of the world's most dangerous sharks, like the bull shark. These species all swim here.
When you live along the coast in Florida, shark attacks come with the territory.
There are people today out swimming in this beach behind me, and there are probably sharks out there. So, you know, we all take our chances. It was a gorgeous day. It was just beautiful, sunny, beach was full of people, and the kids were playing in the surf.
Splashing in the water are James's 3 young daughters, including 12-year-old Hannah. After 45 minutes, James joins them.
My wife told me to go out and call them back because they'd gotten a little ways out. So I went out to get them, and I said, come on, guys, time to go back.
But before James reaches the girls, something else does.
A big wave broke right over us, and the shark just literally was in the wave. It was right in front of me. It's about 4 or 5 feet long. It surprised me because it was right in front of me. I went, whoa!
James shouts to get out of the water. His older daughters head for shore. Hannah stays behind, wanting to know what her dad saw.
Hannah was very insistent about knowing and was jumping up and down and just insisting that I tell her.
But it's too late.
Hannah, all of a sudden she goes, ow! Something bit me. I got close to her and she lifted her leg up, and blood was really coming off her. It was streaming down her leg. It was a very clear bite-shaped mark.
James gets Hannah back to shore. Soon, paramedics arrive.
You know how it is with kids. You don't want anything ever bad to happen to them, ever. And because of all the people around, she said, Daddy, am I gonna die?
At the hospital, doctors use 13 staples to close Hannah's wound. And she makes a full recovery.
I feel lucky that Hannah's alive and okay after this, because frankly, she could have lost her leg. It could have hit her femoral artery and she could have bled out on the beach.
At no point did I ever even think that there would be a shark in the water. You assume that you have to be deeper, like you have to be a surfer or swimming in the middle of the ocean. You don't think that there's gonna be like a shark in like shallow water. To this day, honestly, every time I go to the beach, it's like kind of always on the back of my mind that like there could be a shark in the water.
Hannah's frightening encounter makes headlines. Typically, along Florida's Space Coast, attacks are rare. But in 2003, she's not the first victim, or the last. 10 shark attacks in just 8 months. That's nearly the same number of attacks in the previous decade combined. Locals and visitors alike demand answers.
I do remember 2003, and I do remember there being many reports of shark attacks that year. I think sometimes there's more that happens that isn't even reported.
2003 was our year of the shark because we had 10 recognized as shark attacks, which was the leader in Florida at that time.
Suddenly reality breaks and you're dealing with the fact that, hey, sharks really do bite people. People really do encounter this. This has happened to my child.
What's behind this terrifying spike in attacks? Perhaps the identity of Hannah's attacker holds a key to its motive.
It's about 4 or 5 feet long. Couldn't quite tell, brownish.
Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa investigates.
Now we're looking at Hannah's scars here 18 years after the attack happened, so we have to try to make an inference from what the scars look like now to what the damage would have been back then in 2003. Now, what we can tell is that these are the teeth of the upper jaw of a shark. The teeth from the lower jaw of the sharks that live off the east coast of Florida are much more needle-like. They would have left individual puncture marks, whereas here we see more of these slash marks, which are the characteristic of the upper jaw teeth. The wound was also described as being very, very symmetrical.
According to Dr. Huber, these characteristics implicate one of 2 possible suspects. First, the bull shark. Bull sharks are fast, powerful, and aggressive, often headbutting their prey before going in for the kill. They're found in shallow, warm waters like Florida. But one key detail points to another attacker.
The symmetry of the wound makes us lean in the direction of a blacktip shark.
Blacktip sharks often feed in small groups and are easily identified by their black-tipped fins. They attack with speed and can grow up to 8 feet long.
Now, one of the most interesting things that we find about blacktip sharks is that they're involved in these large migrations up and down the east coast of the United States in order to stay in water of a preferred temperature.
Shark expert Dr. Stephen Kajura has been studying blacktips for more than a decade. Each year, he witnesses this species take part in one of the most awe-inspiring marine phenomena on the planet.
Every winter down here in South Florida, we have an annual influx of tens of thousands of blacktip sharks that migrate down here and spend the winter from about January through March.
This is the largest shark migration in U.S. coastal waters. As many as 12,000 blacktips swim from coastal North Carolina down to southeast Florida to spend winter in warmer water. And in March, they begin their journey north again. And the Space Coast is directly along their path.
Here we have a map of satellite detections from blacktip sharks that have been instrumented down here in South Florida in the wintertime. And in the winter months down here, you can see that the sharks are off southeast Florida. And then in the spring, March and April, here in the light green, you can see them off the Space Coast area here.
Many different shark species migrate in search of food, warmer waters, or a mate. And typically they do so in deep waters. But the potential problem for beachgoers is that the blacktips prefer the shallows.
These sharks hug the shoreline. They stay right up against the beach, right where the people are, and as a result, you've got the potential for a lot of interactions between these sharks and humans.
Anytime there's an influx of sharks in an area, the chance of encounters with humans also increases.
What's interesting is you've got this strong spike in abundance of these sharks off central Florida to northern Florida in April, which corresponds to the time when you have this spike in bites as well.
Is the number of attacks in 2003 simply the result of this large influx of sharks? The answer comes down to timing. The migration passes the Space Coast in the spring and again in the fall. But only 8 of the 10 attacks took place during that time period. This alone cannot explain the spike. There must be more to the story. Perhaps the answer lies not in the water, but in the skies above it.
3, 2, main engine start, 0, and liftoff.
Engine position looks good.
We were there to see the Mars rover launch.
2003 was an eventful year for NASA. From April through July, when 8 of the 10 attacks took place, 8 rockets blasted off from Cape Canaveral. That's more than the number of launches that took place the previous year during these months. Could this human space exploration have unintended consequences for sharks? Dr. Huber believes The answer relates to how a shark uses its sense of hearing.
Even though you can't see external ears on a shark like we have, they have internal ears just like we do. The hearing mechanism is buried into the base of the skull. And in this central area right here, the skin isn't quite as tightly attached to the skull, and that basically acts like an eardrum. That's how the sound waves are going to enter into the shark's head.
When sound waves reach the inner ear, tiny hair cells vibrate, sending signals to the brain for interpretation. Sharks use their keen sense of hearing to hunt. Some species can even detect sounds from several miles away. But not just any noise.
Sharks are able to hear, particularly at low frequencies.
Sharks are sensitive to low frequencies, the sounds that are made by their prey. But can sharks confuse certain sounds made by humans with those of a fish and come looking for a meal?
The sounds that would be given off from the rumbling engines of rockets being blasted into space is low-frequency sounds.
Could the sound of rockets unintentionally attract sharks and lead to the attacks? Dr. Stephen Kajura explores this frightening possibility.
Right now we're off the coast of southeast Florida. Today we're going to be playing some low-frequency sounds in the water. And these would be the same sorts of sounds like you would get, for instance, if you had a rocket launch.
And here's the amplifier that I will use to power the speaker. And now it's ready to deploy.
As the speaker begins to broadcast, a drone scouts for sharks.
When we see sharks getting close to the speaker, we're going to turn on the speaker, play an underwater sound, a pulsed low-frequency sound, and the drone is going to film the response of the sharks when they detect that sound. See whether they're attracted to it or repelled by it or whether they just ignore it. When we put low-frequency sounds into the water, we would expect the sharks to probably be attracted to them.
But Dr. Kajira's research reveals something surprising.
When playing those sounds, the sharks typically are startled by the sound and will jump and swim away from it.
The reason, it seems, is volume. Though rocket launches are low frequency, they're also incredibly loud.
A rocket launch, that's so much louder, so much beyond the realm of what a typical sort of struggling prey would sound like, that it would probably have the opposite effect. It would startle the sharks, get them away from the area, so they're nowhere near the source of that sound. A rocket launch would have no impact on these sharks biting people.
Something else is behind the 2003 spike. Maybe it's not about what sharks are hunting, but rather what's hunting them. The attack on the Space Coast's first victim holds a clue. Damien Scher is a local artist. He's been surfing these waters for more than 30 years.
If I had to describe the culture in this area, I'd say that everybody surfs. So catch the waves, learn the etiquette, and have a good time.
But in 2003, Damien's good time comes to a halt.
I got to the beach. It was actually around 7 o'clock in the evening. There was a lot of daylight left, and the wind of the day had died down. So caught a few waves and was paddling out with one of my buddies.
A few feet away, there is a huge splash.
I noticed behind him the tail end of a shark just go like this as fish scatter in both directions.
Shark! Shark!
I told him, Zach, you better stop paddling. That thing just went right under you. He didn't see it, and he kept paddling. I saw the shark go under his board.
Damien acts quickly to save his friend.
I slapped the water thinking I can just distract the shark for a moment and make it not notice him. And I distracted it.
But the relief is short-lived.
It hit me like a lightning. It felt like somebody hit me with a baseball bat. And the shark just raked his teeth across my arm, opened it up wide. The force of the impact was amazing, and it just knocked my arm out of the water. I looked down and I saw a hole in my arm, and that's when it started to bleed. So I hollered, "Zach, it got me." I knew I needed to get out of the water because I was worried that there's blood would attract more sharks. And we rode the next wave into the beach together.
Back on shore, Damien grabs a towel.
I knew I needed a compress to control the bleeding, and I grabbed the towel and kept my arm up, above my heart.
Damien is rushed to the emergency room, where doctors use more than 40 stitches to close his gaping wound.
Here's my shark scar. Starts this far down my wrist and works its way up just about to my elbow. I could have lost my arm, I could have lost my life.
Damien becomes the first of 10 shark attack victims along Florida's Space Coast in 2003, an alarming spike over the previous decade. But the species behind Damien's attack may provide a break in the case.
I saw the whole tail end of the thing come splash out of the water, so there was no mistaking what kind of shark was in my presence. This shark was around 7 feet long. The pattern's really tight, and it's beautiful. It looks like a tropical fish. I could see the pattern of a tiger shark.
Dr. Huber investigates Damien's scar to confirm the ID.
Now, independent of his observations, when we look at the scarring on Damien's arm, there's also evidence of it having been a tiger shark, because the scar is very, very flat. Different sharks have different shaped jaws. Some sharks have more curved jaws, but as it turns out, tiger sharks have very, very flat jaws at the front of their mouth. And this rather straight scar that we see right here is really a type of scar that could only be left behind by a tiger shark. People who spend their entire lives swimming tend to know the sharks that are in the waters that they swim in, so there's a decent chance that he correctly identified the attacking species.
Tiger sharks are named for the vertical stripes found mainly on juveniles. With their sharp serrated teeth, they can easily rip through turtle shells and discarded tires. If a tiger shark bit Damien, then at least 2 species are responsible for the spike, including the blacktip or bull shark that bit Hannah.
There's all kinds of sharks in the water here. You can be out there, not see any sharks, and then all of a sudden you've got sharks, sometimes more than one, all around you.
When you're in the water, you realize just how at the whim of sharks you are, where sharks would be chasing one another away, or if multiple species got into the same area, they might get into some kind of turf war.
Is it possible that different shark species are in direct competition for food, and humans are simply caught in the crossfire? Dr. Michael Heithouse of Florida International University is determined to find out if an interspecies turf war exists in Florida.
We're heading offshore of Palm Beach, Florida, so we can try to find multiple shark species in one spot to just see how they behave when you mix more than one type of shark.
Within members of the same species, sharks seem to coexist peacefully. For example, blacktip sharks tend to spend their time with the same group each day, and even work together to hunt. But does this civility hold true between species? Dr. Heithouse and marine biologist Francis Faribault dive deep to find out.
Florida is an amazing place for sharks because there's so many species we might see here. You might see blacktips, bonnet heads, lemon sharks, great hammerheads, tiger sharks, bull sharks. So this is an area where all of those might mix.
Over a dozen lemon sharks swarm the researchers. Named for their pale yellow skin, lemon sharks congregate in large groups and can grow up to 10 feet long.
You see they have no sense of personal space. They kind of nudge into you, but never any aggression.
But when a bull shark arrives, will the lemons defend their turf and cause an undersea brawl?
We had a big bull shark just kind of come up out of the depths, do one circle. No behavior change in the lemon sharks. The bull shark kind of shrugged its fins and said, this is not worth it, and just sunk back down into the murk.
Throughout the experiment, the lemon shark's behavior remains consistent.
While they were excited and curious and maybe up in your personal space, they weren't aggressive or territorial. They never bit us or any other sharks, even though there were plenty of sharks in the water and more than one species.
The thing that we saw today that really fits with everything I've seen throughout my career with sharks is that they tend to be very calm. Big sharks will eat small sharks, but when it comes to that kind of fair match battle, they're not really territorial. You didn't see two species come together and their behavior change and they got more aggressive towards people. That just doesn't happen. When you think about predators on land, mammals like big cats, wolves, coyotes, we think about territories. You know, there's set areas on the land that are kind of defended from other predators. It's their spot. That really doesn't happen as often for sharks in the ocean. And part of that is, why would you bother defending a fish school that by the time you've defended it, some other predators come in and eaten it? So you don't tend to see that territoriality. A turf war is not what caused this spike in attacks in 2003.
Perhaps this strange spike is linked to a different mysterious incident from 2003. Another attack is about to unravel a mysterious clue.
In 2000, here on the Space Coast, we started kind of documenting the shark attacks.
In 2003, Wyatt Werniff is the ocean rescue chief for Brevard County.
2003 was our year of the shark because we had 10 recognized as shark attacks, which was the leader in Florida at that time.
But for Wyatt, one attack stands out.
He was a surfer that I knew. So that made it a little bit more intimate. I knew the guy.
The 21-year-old surfer prepares to catch a wave. But his ride is cut short. A shark clamps down on his left foot and shakes back and forth. The surfer manages to break free and head for shore. But the damage is severe.
Help!
So when I got onto the scene, they were applying a tourniquet with the rash guard. Blood everywhere. The rash guard started out white and was red by the time we got to the ambulance.
The surfer's left foot is seriously injured. But after surgery, he recovers.
The pain that he was exhibiting, that still resonates with me. I swim in these oceans all the time, and I flash back to that episode where that guy, someone that I knew, all the pain still is in my mind to this day.
But there's something else disturbing about that day that Wyatt can't forget. And the two events may be related.
In 2003, on the Space Coast, during the time that we were having all the shark activity, we were trying to figure out why and how, what was causing this. And we did discover, just before the attack, that there was an orange slick in the water, something that we hadn't seen around here before this. So it was very mysterious to us.
This so-called orange slick was a patch of discolored water a few yards from shore. The nature and source of the slick are unknown, causing officials to temporarily close the beaches. What is this suspicious orange slick, and how might it affect sharks? Wyatt wonders if the unusual occurrence could be linked to a red tide.
Red tide is what we would consider an algae bloom, and that algae bloom does have a negative effect on marine life as well as humans.
Florida red tide is triggered by an algae that can cause coastal waters to appear reddish or brown. Is an orange slick the same as a Florida red tide? Dr. Tracy Fanara, who studies algae along the Space Coast, investigates.
Florida red tide is endemic to the Gulf of Mexico. It's only made its way up to the East Coast about 9 times throughout history. And 2003 was not one of those years. The fact that an orange slick was seen before one of the shark bites could be a huge clue, but this was not a Florida red tide bloom.
If not red tide, what caused the orange slick? This outsized question might have a microscopic answer.
I just took a sample of water from the Indian River Lagoon. We're going to look for algae. The Indian River Lagoon is an estuary that, because of currents and water movement, can bring nutrients, pollutants, sediments, and harmful algae into the coastal waters of the Atlantic Ocean.
Today, the water sample shows a healthy lagoon. But in 2003, data reveals that this same area was teeming with pyridinium.
Pyridinium. Now, this is a harmful algae species. It's responsible for bioluminescence. People come from all over the world to see this algae because at night, it actually looks like a blue glow. But during the day, it looks like an orange slick.
And this algae does more than just turn the water orange.
Pyridinium bahamense releases a toxin called saxitoxin, which is a neurotoxin that impacts fish, including sharks.
This neurotoxin can have serious consequences for any animal or human who consumes it.
In 2003, people were getting sick from eating pufferfish that were plagued with saxitoxin from the Indian River Lagoon. And there aren't many species that can actually consume pufferfish. One of those species, though, is sharks.
If consumed by a shark, could this toxin potentially affect the predator's behavior?
Some fish aren't affected right away, but eventually, with enough toxin, they start to swim in a circle, kind of like they're losing their ability to navigate.
Could sick sharks have lost their ability to navigate and accidentally swim inshore where they encountered people? Is this the cause of the 2003 spike in attacks? Something doesn't add up.
Because there was only one orange slick reported, it's very unlikely that it was the cause of the increase in shark bites.
Perhaps the answer to why the sharks are biting can be found by analyzing the nature of the bites themselves.
You can see where the teeth kind of like sunk in. It's in the shape of a mouth.
Hannah Hathaway was just 12 years old when she was attacked by a blacktip or bull shark off of Cocoa Beach.
It was really crazy because the shark literally just came and just bit me and then swam away. And I hadn't even been doing anything.
Dr. Huber revisits the bite mark photos of the spike's youngest victim, Hannah Hathaway.
In Hannah's case, the scarring is consistent with a grab and release sort of attack because there's one series of bite marks. So the teeth sank into Hannah's leg a single time. There's no evidence of repeated biting. There's no real evidence of head shaking back and forth to try to remove a chunk of flesh. It was a single bite, the teeth went in, and then apparently that was the extent of the attack.
Based on this single bite, Hannah's father has a theory to explain her attack.
It was a big enough shark. If it was hungry for what it was attacking, that it really could have taken a chunk out of her. It's very clear that the shark just tasted her.
Does taste really factor into why a shark would attack? And could it be that they simply dislike the flavor of human flesh? The predator's anatomy suggests it's possible.
It's been suggested that sharks may be tasting their victims and then deciding about whether or not to continue the attack. While humans have taste buds that are concentrated on our tongues, sharks actually have taste buds that line the entire inside of their mouth, the tongue area as well as up through the roof of the mouth and even onto the gills in some cases.
Though numerous, these taste buds are incredibly small.
If we look inside this spiny dogfish's mouth, really close, we can see there's a series of little bumps that line the roof of the mouth and also the floor of the mouth. And each of those little bumps is a taste bud.
But before a shark tastes, it will try to smell, hear, and see its prey.
Sharks use a lot of different sensory information before they take a bite out of a prey item in order to decide whether or not to eat that particular thing. And when they eventually do take a bite, that bite is that last piece of information that they'll use to decide about whether or not to eat that particular thing. Now, whether or not taste really plays a role in that decision-making process is a bit unknown.
To attempt to find out, Dr. Kajura put shark taste to the test.
What we're going to do is we're going to present to the sharks a couple of different food items. We're going to present to them fish that they would typically normally eat. And we're also going to present to them some pork, which is visually similar, but it's not something they would ever typically encounter.
In this experiment, the pork simulates human flesh.
The reason we're testing with pork is because apparently pig tastes very similar to humans based on what cannibals have told us. And so we want to see whether sharks are actually able to consume the pork or whether they in fact bite it and then spit it out.
The sharks in the tank include sandbars, blacktips, blacknoses, and nurse sharks.
To my knowledge, no one has tested whether sharks are able to distinguish between a fish and a piece of pork. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually do.
The food is offered to the sharks through small feeding holes in a safety wall. First up, fish. Without hesitation, the sharks eat the fish.
Having the sharks literally feeding right out of your hand, that was incredible.
Dr. Kajura next offers the pork. But will the sharks bite?
It was interesting that we saw a couple of the sharks actually consume the pork and then spit it out. But whereas one shark would spit it out, another shark would then consume it. For the most part, the sharks ate everything. They were not picky at all. They would eat the pork and the fish. It really didn't matter.
The test provides no clear answers about the taste preferences of sharks.
I think one of the factors to consider here is that these are captive animals, and they're accustomed to being fed. Anything they're fed is something good for them, basically. And you contrast that out in the wild, where the sharks are probably much more particular about what it is that they're eating. Out there, they are probably not accustomed to certain things, and when they encounter them, it makes sense that they would spit them out and ignore them.
Scientists draw a firm conclusion about the role of taste in the spike.
In response to a shark attack, people are going to fight back. We're going to punch and scream and kick. And it's most likely that the reason the shark went away was because of Hannah's reaction to it, and not because the shark had tasted Hannah and decided that it didn't want her.
It cannot explain the surge in shark attacks along the Space Coast. But one thing this theory suggests is that sharks are heavily motivated by the presence of potential prey. And one of the victims in the spike witnessed exactly that.
We noticed there was a lot of bait in the water. You could see birds diving out of the sky, chasing the fish. Could see big fish jumping after smaller fish. The ecosystem was alive. I think my arm just looked like another fish jumping in the water. If a shark's already in a frenzy chasing the bait and you paddle into that, your arm just looks like a fish jumping.
Could the shark have mistaken Damien's arm for a fish? Dr. Huber takes a closer look.
Right now we're looking at a slide of a mouse's eye, because we can use the retina of the mouse's eye to have a better understanding of how shark vision works. As we zoom in on the retina at the back of the eye, we can see what are called rod and cone cells. Now the rods and cones are the photoreceptors, which are actually responsible for absorbing light and then activating the nervous system so that the brain can interpret that as images.
It's these cone cells that give the human eye the ability to see in color. But in a shark's eye, something is missing.
In order to have color vision, you need multiple types of cone cells. Now, sharks typically only have one type of cone in this layer, which means that they typically don't have color vision. So sharks, generally speaking, have black and white vision. And they use that black and white vision to see their prey items in contrast to the surrounding light that comes through the water.
This means that a shark's vision is highly dependent on the clarity of the water. If it is murky, minimal light is able to penetrate the water, resulting in a blurry image. This is key, because the waters where Damien and the others were attacked can be murky. The answer for the 2003 spike suddenly becomes clearer. Ocean scientist Dr. Tracy Fanara demonstrates how murky water could have played a role in the Space Coast attacks.
In this aquarium tank, we have clean water. In this aquarium tank, we have water taken from the coastal waters around Cape Canaveral. Now, this water is colored and turbid because we have organic matter coming into our coastal waters. On top of that, we have a lot of sediment close to the shore, making this water really dark or murky. Here we have two swimmers, this one in a monotone gray and this one with high contrast.
In this experiment, the high contrast swimmer represents Damien's arm in the water, or a shark's prey.
Many bait fish have different contrasts. They'll have a white underbelly and a colored body or different colored fins, or they might even be striped. And sharks have evolved to be attracted to this contrast to be better predators. So as you can see right now, you can see both very clearly in the clean water. But when we bring it over here to the murky water, you might be able to see the swimmer with the high contrast a lot clearer than the monotone gray.
In the case of Damien's attack, his arm could have appeared high contrast, similar to baitfish.
So it's very possible that a shark might have misidentified Damien's arm swimming through the water as baitfish, especially if he was swimming through a group of baitfish.
In addition to blending in with the baitfish, Dr. Huber believes Damien's actions confused the shark.
When a shark came to investigate those baitfish, Damien became concerned that his friend was going to be attacked, so he slapped the water. And in this benevolent action to draw the shark's attention away from his friend, he drew the shark's attention to himself, which is what led to the attack.
This theory may hold water, but when the data is analyzed, investigators find that Damien is the only victim who reported fish nearby at the time of the attack. There has to be more to the story. Perhaps the answer lies not in what the sharks were doing at the time of the attacks, but rather what the humans were doing. Investigators are about to crack the case.
I got to the beach, caught a few waves, and was paddling out with one of my buddies.
Analysis of the data reveals that, like Damien, 70% of the victims were surfing when attacked.
The activity that I would most associate with shark attacks on the Space Coast would have to be surfing.
Coincidentally, a huge surfing festival was held in April of 2003, the same month that 6 of the attacks occurred. This drew large numbers of visitors to the area. And that's not all.
We were in Cocoa Beach. We were there to see the Mars rover launch.
The increased number of rocket launches in 2003 also drew hordes of spectators to the area, further crowding the beaches.
You know, having big events like rocket launches or surfing competitions can bring more people to the beach and put more people in the water.
More people, coinciding with an annual springtime shark migration. Could these events have put sharks and humans in the same waters at the same time?
Along the Space Coast, you have not only these seasonal pulses of migratory sharks moving by north and south, but you also have residents who are there year-round. So you have blacktips, you have spinners, you have dusky sharks, you have sandbar sharks. There's a large number of sharks in that area. And so as a result, you have large numbers of sharks in the water. At the same time, you have a bunch of people in the water.
Anytime there's an increase of humans in an area, the chance of an encounter with sharks also increases. Is this the final piece of the puzzle?
We look around the world, really the only thing that explains the number of shark attacks is the number of people in the water.
The 2003 spike comes down to a convergence of events that puts more people in the water.
It's all about that random collision of sharks and people and bad luck.
A long-awaited answer for residents and survivors alike.
I feel like every day I wake up, I'm lucky to be alive, especially participating in a sport that has its own risks, and having an incident where a shark actually touched me, definitely feel lucky to be alive for sure.
I'm definitely grateful that my dad came out there. I think the entire experience felt a lot safer knowing that he was there. If something worse had happened, I don't know how I would have gotten out of the water.
Well, it's a really unusual and unlucky situation to have this happen. Once it did happen, I think we really lucked out and that it wasn't much, much worse. And this was one of those moments where everything could have changed in an instant.
These are rare events, but when you have rare events, sometimes, you know, you flip the coin and you get all heads. Other times, it's 50-50 or all tails. And I think, you know, sometimes that's what explains years that have more bites. I know it's the most boring answer of all time, but bad luck happens.
Spikes in shark attacks can often indicate something that has changed in the ocean, which often has to do with human impacts. We can use these attacks to better understand our impacts on ocean systems.
And as more people crowd the beaches around the world, investigators worry shark incidents will increase as well. The sharks of the Abaco Islands are fast, agile, and powerful. Normally, they leave humans alone. But in 2018, everything changes. A terrifying spate of shark attacks turns this island paradise upside down. Until the mystery is solved, your next Caribbean vacation could be your last.
Shark, shark, shark!
The Abacos are a really special place. Incredibly relaxing. The people are lovely, really welcoming.
British couple Kate and Jason Inskip have been coming on vacation to this remote island chain for over 20 years.
It's the most adorable, magical, serene place.
Nestled along the northern edge of the Bahamas, about 283 miles from the coast of Florida, the Abaco Islands are known for their stunning beaches, crystal blue waters, and spectacular marine life. Home to 50 varieties of coral and several hundred kinds of fish, the region is one of the premier diving sites in the world.
Everything about the Abacos gives a fantastic, relaxing holiday, a really good way to recharge your batteries.
But tourists are not the only ones drawn to these waters.
Sharks are everywhere. We grew up with them. When we were kids, we swam with them. Not deliberately, but we swam with them. They're around here all the time.
Patrolling the region are more than 40 species of shark, like the bizarrely shaped hammerhead, the silky shark, named for its unusually smooth skin, and the magnificent ocean whitetip. Most of the time, these fearsome hunters leave locals and tourists alone. But not anymore. Kate and Jason are enjoying a peaceful vacation with family and friends.
We were on holiday that time with another family, and quite regularly in the early morning, just after dawn, we would go to a certain beach and feed the turtles.
But what starts as another day in paradise will end in horror.
This particular morning, we fed the turtles. They'd come and eaten from our hands as normal. And we'd seen a shark in the distance. But to be honest, none of us were at all worried because we'd had so many encounters with sharks when we'd been on snorkeling trips. So we didn't think there was anything to worry about.
The shark closes in on Kate and her daughters.
It was, maneuvering around. It came right up in the water and swam almost sort of, across them, making physical contact with them. I think that was the first time I'd seen a shark do that before.
My daughter said, you're probably best to just stand still rather than worry it by suddenly moving and spooking it. It did a few little circuits, swam around a bit, and then it came up to me and just bit my leg.
The predator sinks its teeth into Kate's calf,
which was incredibly painful. I immediately went running out of the water, using language I definitely better not use now, with my daughter running after me.
And then, my blood ran cold. I mean, that was just a horrible feeling.
We got out of the water then to find exactly what had happened, which was pretty nasty. I looked down and it looked like sort of part of my leg was hanging out. It was quite a shock.
Kate's family rushes her to a nearby clinic where she's treated for a large bite on her lower left leg. A few days later, she returns to the UK and eventually makes a full recovery.
It was a long process because it was a hole rather than a sort of jagged wound. So they had to just allow it to heal, I suppose, from the inside out.
Shark attacks on the Abaco Islands are extremely rare, and Kate's attack takes locals and visitors by surprise. But little do they know, it's just the beginning. 5 days later, a second tourist is bitten. And a few weeks after that, a third attack sends the community into panic mode. 3 attacks in just over a month. It's unheard of.
3 shark attacks in 40 days is rare because most of the times we don't hear much shark attack in the Bahamas. So if we hear that much attacks, that's very rare.
The reason for the sudden spike in attacks is a mystery. Locals and tourists alike are desperate for answers. Until the reason for the rise in attacks is uncovered, no one is safe.
I think it's important to investigate these because is this just a rogue shark? Is this something that needs to be actually worried about more? So it's very important to figure out what's going on.
Shark attacks have plagued the wider Bahamian archipelago in the past. And the sharks most commonly responsible are among the world's deadliest. Like the tiger shark, with its razor-sharp teeth, which can rip through flesh, bone, and even the shells of sea turtles. And the pugnacious bull shark, known for its ferocity. Bull sharks can weigh up to a ton, and their jaws can exert almost 500 pounds of force.
They're around here all the time. They cruise up and down this coast. We have hammerheads since I've been here 30 years. This one hammerhead has been cruising here every summer. It's about 18 foot long.
Key to solving the mystery is determining which species are involved. Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa takes up the investigation and immediately zeroes in on a crucial piece of evidence.
In this photo of Kate and the shark immediately before the attack, you can see the shape of its pectoral fins, you can see the long tail coming off of its body, and its compressed body form.
There is only one shark whose anatomy fits this description.
So we can absolutely identify that this is a nurse shark right next to Kate's leg moments before she was attacked.
Nurse sharks are found in tropical oceans around the world. They grow up to about 9 feet long and spend almost all of their life hunting for food on the sea floor.
They're also suction feeders, and what that means is that when they find prey, they open their mouths really fast and generate a negative pressure that then sucks water and the prey into their mouth.
An examination of the bite marks on Kate's leg confirms the culprit.
When we look at Kate's wound, what we see is a circular wound with a series of abrasions that show all of these tiny little markings, almost as though she had been hit on the leg with a meat tenderizer. And all of those little markings are the evidence of all of those tiny little teeth that line the inner surface of a nurse shark's jaws.
For Dr. Huber, it's an unusual finding.
Nurse sharks are definitely not known to be an aggressive species. In fact, they're actually known to be a fairly gentle species of sharks. It's not uncommon for people to interact with them closely out in the ocean with no incident.
Why are these docile sharks suddenly attacking people? Some locals think it all comes down to who is being bitten.
It's very seldom you hear locals getting bitten by sharks. Most of the times when you hear stuff like that occurring, it's usually when tourists are in the water. I think generally because people get comfortable.
A detail from Kate's attack suggests there might be some truth to the idea.
I think our whole family felt confident in going in the water with sharks around, and I particularly actually had always been confident if we were on a beach, I would just swim straight out to sea, not thinking really about what might be in the water.
Kate's friends even snapped photos of the very shark that bit her moments before the attack.
I guess they thought they were getting great photos, and it didn't occur to them that there was any issue.
I genuinely think that we were very complacent. You know, we're so used to seeing sharks around. We call it abaco brain. You can become so relaxed so quickly that it feels like you've turned to mush. And you can't remember really what's going on. You don't know what day of the week it is. It's abaco brain, you know, that's how you feel.
Are tourists becoming so relaxed that they ignore the dangers around them, making them easy prey for the ocean's top predators? It sounds outlandish, but could it be true? Teresa Clark is a licensed trauma therapist who studies human behavior.
We all have 3 kind of compasses in our mind. They're called the id, ego, and superego. And our id is basically our basic instincts. It's our inhibitions that we're lowering. When you're on vacation, you're not really thinking about a shark might attack me. You're really thinking about the moment. I'm feeding sea turtles, I'm deep sea diving, and you're not really thinking of a lot of the precautions that you normally would in your day-to-day life. And that false sense of security is a contributing factor to shark attacks.
Could human complacency be the reason behind the unusual uptick in shark attacks?
It's very easy to judge people in those instances, but we've all been there. We've all been at a place in our life where we have not made sound decisions, and it's not fair to judge. It's a psychological phenomenon that happens to all of us.
Dr. Yannis Papastamatiu from Florida International University weighs in.
She was obviously very comfortable with this animal in the water. And I would say, on the one hand, that's good. I'm glad we've gotten to a point where people are comfortable with sharks. You don't have to see a shark in the water and freak out that you're going to get eaten. But we also don't want this sort of opinion of them that they're your pets or they're your friends, because they're not. It's just a wild animal. It's a predator.
Every person, myself included, engages in risky behavior of some form or another, because on some level, we all think we're at least a little bit invincible. If you take the case of Kate's attack, she clearly was very comfortable being in the water with that nurse shark. She simply let it swim up to her and then ultimately just bite her. And so to be that close to a shark in the water and not create some kind of distance between you and that potentially dangerous animal, I think reflects a certain amount of complacency that we have when we're on vacation, when all we're looking to do is have a good time.
But there's a problem. Tourists have been coming to the Abaco Islands for decades without incident. And the spike in attacks occurred over a specific 40-day period in 2018. Complacency can't explain the disturbing uptick in attacks. As locals struggle for answers, another attack sends shockwaves across the islands. And this time, the attack is caught on video.
Shark, shark, shark!
Yeah, we copy. My family is from Florida. My dad grew up with a love for the ocean, and we inherited that as kids. A lot of our family vacations were spent on the beach, on a boat, fishing, snorkeling, enjoying the ocean. I've been on a Bahamas trip with you probably a dozen times.
For outdoorsman Will Krause, the Abaco Islands are like a second home.
When I was 21, we started falling in love with the Bahamas, and we fell in love with the specific area of the Abacos. The Abacos are a wild place. You don't see a lot of other boats there. It's pretty rural. The fishing there is really good. The water clarity is unbelievable.
But in 2018, the fisherman becomes the prey.
We planned a 4-day trip with a lot of my coworkers. We got the divers in the water, just got acclimated to the weather.
The weather was great, water was clear.
Will's dad stays on the boat, while Will and his friends head out in search of fish. And as with most of their dives in the Abaco Islands, there are sharks.
We make a lot of promises to our spouses to be safe, and once the captain's notified that a diver spots a shark, we have a no-shoot protocol at that point, and we usually travel a mile or so away from where we saw that shark, and then fish again.
Will and his friends find what seems to be a safe spot. But in these waters, looks can be deceiving.
Hadn't seen a lot of fish on the particular rock I was on, but my buddy Zach and his crew were chasing a hogfish. I was running low on air and ready to come back up, and when I heard the shot go off, and 3 seconds later, I felt a huge impact on my head. I wasn't sure what had happened.
From just a few feet away, Will's buddy catches the attack on camera. A shark has locked its jaws around Will's head.
I was certain I was dead. The only thing that made sense to me was that the boat prop had somehow hit me in the back of the head, and so I was convinced that I had been run over by the boat. I was not thinking shark.
One of the swimmers came up out of the water and screamed shark.
Shark, shark, shark!
You can hear in the video me say, "What happened?"
Oh, you're right. Shark, shark.
My buddy Zach says, a shark got you.
Shark.
I can see Will, and he was swimming to the boat, but he was holding his head.
My dad clocked it. I believe it was 13 seconds from bite to everybody was in the boat. It happened in a hurry. I remember opening my eyes and looking at the back of the boat and realizing that's my blood all over the back of this boat.
Once ashore, Will is treated at a local clinic, where he receives 9 stitches to close the wounds.
I had lacerations in my neck. I had teeth marks on the top of my head that start about where my ear is, and the biggest scar that you could really see was the backside of my neck. There's some pretty gnarly scars there that are my souvenirs from the encounter.
Will and his dad are forever changed by the attack.
3 years after we planned a trip back, oddly enough, we had an encounter with about an 8-foot Caribbean reef shark. Came in hot. We really think that it might have been the same shark. We got out and pretty much decided we're not going to swim that particular rock anymore.
The ocean is a very unpredictable place, and the element of unscriptedness that you love about it is also that part that's dangerous.
In search of clues, Dr. Huber reviews the video shot by Will's buddy.
Shark, shark, shark!
And immediately hones in on the shark that bit Will. What caused Will and the other Abaco Island victims to be attacked?
There's a variety of what are known as carcharodonid sharks that all look very, very similar, but many of them have distinguishing attributes. For example, blacktip sharks have black tips on their fins.
Blacktip sharks are common along the Atlantic coast of Florida, as well as in the Bahamas. They are best known for a spectacular hunting behavior, where they leap out of the water when striking at a school of fish. But the shark in the video is not a blacktip.
When we look at the video of Will Krause's attack, what we see is a carcharodonid shark, but one that doesn't have these distinguishing attributes. And because of this, we can identify it as a Caribbean reef shark.
Caribbean reef sharks are abundant in the shallow coral reefs of the region. They grow to be about 6 feet long, and while they mostly feed on small bony fish, they have also been known to attack swimmers. It's a critical breakthrough in the investigation, because whatever is causing the increase in attacks affects multiple species of shark. What's causing the shark's aggressive behavior? A clue might lie in a seemingly minor detail of Will's attack.
I had heard the shot go off on the fish, and by the time I was able to spin around and see where they were, the shark had hit me.
Shark, shark, shark!
Moments before Will was bitten, one of his buddies discharged a spear and shot a fish. So how might this simple sequence of events be linked to the attack? It all comes down to one of the shark's most important senses: hearing.
Humans have external ears, which funnel sounds into our eardrums, and then our eardrums pass those environmental sounds into our sensory mechanisms. Sharks don't have external ears, but sound waves can still enter their head, go into their inner ear, and then stimulate the sensory mechanism in the same way.
A shark's inner ear is coated with a layer of tiny hair cells. When sound waves reach these cells, they vibrate and send signals to the brain, which the brain interprets as sound. Just like humans, what sharks actually hear are vibrations. But in this case of the attack on Will, it's less about how sharks hear, rather than what they hear.
Now, sharks hear things using the same basic mechanism that we do, it's just tuned to lower frequencies, like the frequencies that would be found out in the open ocean. Our sensitivity range is more on the order of about 2,000 to 5,000 hertz. Sharks' hearing is more on the order of about 25 to 1,500 hertz.
According to Dr. Stephen Kajura of Florida Atlantic University, the reason sharks are attuned to these lower frequencies is because they're the same sounds made by injured fish.
When fish are speared, they will struggle on the spear and they will swim erratically. This produces a lot of low-frequency sound, something like struggling low-frequency. It also produces near-field particle vibrations in the water, and both of these are a stimuli to the sharks. The sharks are tuned to detect these sorts of stimuli and use them to localize prey.
To demonstrate this in action, Dr. Kajura recreates an extraordinary experiment devised more than 40 years ago.
In the past, scientists have actually recorded the sound of a wounded grouper underwater. And we have those recordings. We're able to play those back from the computer through an amplifier and then to an underwater speaker, which projects this sound, and we're able to film the response of the sharks from an overhead drone and look at how the sharks orient toward this sound.
When the experiment was first conducted, the results were conclusive. The sharks swam directly towards the sound of the injured fish. Could the sound of struggling fish on the end of a spear gun have drawn sharks to the attack sites in a feeding frenzy?
The speared fish would have been giving off a lot of low-frequency sounds that would have drawn the attention of a shark to the area.
But there is one piece of evidence that doesn't fit in the theory. In the case of Will's attack, he wasn't the one who shot the fish.
Shark, shark, shark!
Why would he be the one to be bitten?
In that moment, I actually didn't think it was a shark. I was convinced that I'd been run over by the boat.
The sound of the struggling fish can't fully explain the attack. or the spike. But Will and his dad think they can.
Shark, shark, shark!
If you look closely in the video, I'm starting to ascend, and the shark's, the blow and the speed in which he hits me throws my head almost into the sand. Like I go from coming up to being my head thrown directly into the ocean floor. It felt like a baseball bat just teed off on me, hit me from behind.
Since the attack, Will and his dad have developed an intriguing theory to explain why he was bitten.
Oh, you all right? Shark, shark, shark.
This was the shark that came in hot, and he didn't really have a lot of reasons from our behavior to do that. He passed on the fish. He passed on the very small hogfish to bite Will.
Will believes the shark had a very specific motive when it attacked him.
My personal opinion from this encounter was that the shark was motivated by the fish that was shot, but viewed me as a threat to that. I think he considered me another shark, so was running me off.
Shark, shark, shark!
Throwing a punch at me to get me out of the area so that he could go back and have his meal.
If Will's theory is right, it would suggest that sharks are willing to defend their feeding grounds when threatened. Dr. Stephen Kessel has been tracking Caribbean reef sharks in the Bahamas since 2017. His findings suggest there might be some truth to Will's hypothesis.
That data shows us very conclusively that this species is very site attached to specific areas within a given reef system. They stay focused around a 3 to 5 kilometer section of that reef. So that leads to a lot of competition for resources between both reef sharks and other species of sharks or any predator that may enter that system.
Dr. Kessel believes that Caribbean reef sharks are territorial. According to Dr. Yanis Papastamatiu, an expert in predatory behavior at Florida International University, some sharks will aggressively defend what they perceive as theirs.
You do see that sometimes with white sharks, for example, where a bigger white shark will bite a smaller one if it feels like that white shark's trying to take some of its food.
In 2021, a marine photographer captured extraordinary footage of a great white covered with terrible bite marks. The video sparked a host of theories as to what had bitten this predator and why. Some experts believe that this shark was involved in a violent struggle over food with a larger, more aggressive shark. Are the sharks of the Caribbean locked in a turf war with humans over fish?
Sometimes when reef sharks do show aggression, they'll do quite characteristic behaviors, like they'll drop their pectoral fins, maybe they'll arch their back, and they'll swim in a sort of strange fashion.
Dr. Papastamatiu takes a closer look at the footage from Will's attack.
Difference is that for hunting, you can see it comes in very fast and is sort of changing direction very rapidly. But generally what I'm seeing here is a shark that is coming in to get prey.
He believes the key to understanding what's going on is reading a shark's body language. In his opinion, the shark wasn't defending its territory, it was actively hunting.
Now you see it bit once on the head and then obviously realize that it is not what it was expecting and then lets go and leaves the area.
One of the problems with trying to assign intentions to shark behavior is that often we can project our own human behaviors and human feelings onto these animals. For example, when Will and his father thought that, from the shark's perspective, Will represented competition for food in that environment, we really have no way of understanding what was going on in that shark's head. So we really can't infer what that shark was thinking as the motivation for its behaviors during that attack.
A battle over territory isn't the cause of the spike in attacks. And while investigators search for answers, the danger to swimmers at these tropical waters is all too real.
I think people are worried. When there's a shark attack, I think a lot of people become worried in the sense that, okay, it's going to affect the tourism industry, and I think that's one of the main things that people focus on.
There are thousands and thousands of sharks out there. I'm not going in there with them.
A third attack contains a gruesome clue. It's early Sunday afternoon, and a 32-year-old American woman is out spearfishing.
Now, she had gone into the water and she had speared a hogfish, but the hogfish had gotten away and swum into a cave. As she went in to follow the hogfish, she soon realized that she was in trouble because there was a large shark closing in on her. The shark bit down on her left hand.
Her hand and fingers are ripped open by the shark.
Fortunately, this woman was able to get back to the boat and get medical attention in time.
The victim is airlifted to a Florida hospital for treatment. This is the third terrifying incident in just 40 days off the Abaco Islands. But on this occasion, the shark itself left behind an important clue. A tooth fragment embedded in the victim's hand. And when the fragment is analyzed, it's shown to come from one of the most notorious predators in the region, the blacktip shark.
These are jaws from a 6-foot blacktip shark, and when we take a look at them, we can see that all of the teeth have relatively thin cusps. What this means is that they're gonna sink into prey really, really easily, but also that they can actually break off pretty easily. In fact, you can see a couple of the tooth tips which are broken off right over here. So because of the shape of the teeth, this is likely why the victim actually found a tooth fragment broken off in her wound.
Blacktip sharks are one of the most common species throughout the western Atlantic Ocean. They're found from as far north as Massachusetts and as far south as Brazil. They're responsible for about 5% of shark attacks worldwide, including multiple attacks in the Bahamas. A nurse shark, a Caribbean reef shark, and now a blacktip. The addition of a third species to the list of culprits could be vital to solving the mystery. Investigators turn to shark behaviorist Christina Zanato in the hope that her decades of dive experience with a shiver of sharks will help solve the case.
A shiver is the English word used to represent a group of sharks. So you have a school of fish and a flock of birds and a shiver of sharks.
With nearly 10,000 shark dives under her belt, Christina has unique insight into the species that inhabit the Bahamas.
I've been working with Caribbean reef sharks in the Bahamas for the last 27 years. And as I became more and more involved with the work of the Caribbean reef sharks, I first realized what kind of weird perceptions people had of sharks, and furthermore, how very little we knew about them. And so I started collecting data on the day-to-day presence of specific individuals and collected this log of these shiver of sharks that I've been working with for all these years. These animals actually have personalities and have differences. Each and every one of the species behaves differently on a different day, like a little bit like us, right? We wake up, we have the good night's sleep, we're okay. We have the bad night's sleep, we're not okay. So sharks are very much affected by their environment. They're very much affected by our presence and our actions. One size does not fit all.
Christina revisits the attack on Will Krause in search of any crucial details that might have been overlooked. And what she uncovers could unravel the mystery once and for all.
Can I watch it again? The person spears the fish and then starts pulling the fish up. And the fish goes into this erratic movement. So the Caribbean reef shark comes in for that. And then does a quick beeline in a certain way for the other diver that is kneeling down on the ocean floor.
What Christina spots is crucial to the investigation, and it hinges around a single piece of clothing. Will's hoodie.
It has this light color, light blue color over his head, which underwater are the colors of death. Anything that dies on water turns into this light blue color.
While it's believed that sharks cannot see color, they do have an incredible ability to respond to changes in contrast and brightness. According to Christina, the light blue hue of Will's hoodie is just the right shade to catch a shark's attention.
The shark only has a split second. What is the closest thing that looks to the prey that is looking for, which is the round head covering the blue lycra? I heard it, I smell it, it's moving really fast. Where is it? Oh, there's something light color bite. It's like, oh, no, it's not it. And that's how I see the bite happening.
What stood out to me was that he was wearing this sort of white hoodie, and that was also going over his head. And so that was creating sort of a contrast in colors. So I believe at that point, when that shark is in that sort of foraging state, it's just going to respond to any sort of stimulus it sees. So it could have been that that color contrast just overwhelmed in terms of a sensory stimulus, and that's what initiated that bite.
Oh, you all right? Shark.
While high contrast clothing is thought to play a role in some human shark encounters, there's something about this theory that doesn't add up.
The fact of the matter is that in the other attacks in Abaco, the victims weren't wearing light-colored clothing, so light-colored clothing can't be the only factor contributing to these spikes in attacks.
The cause of the 3 terrifying shark attacks in the Abaco Island spike remains a mystery. Experts are baffled, and locals are hungry for answers.
If we hear about 3 shark attacks within a span of 40 days, we're going to stay out of the waters.
Perhaps the sudden surge could be rooted in a dramatic set of changes that occurred here more than a decade earlier. Changes that were designed to benefit both shark and tourists, but may have had the opposite effect.
People come to the Bahamas for dive experiences. Those experiences are enhanced by the fact that they see large predators on our reefs.
In 2003, shark fishing was banned off the coast of the Bahamas, including the Abaco Islands. The result is a protected shark sanctuary that's still in place today.
Even though we are a small island state, we consider ourselves a large ocean state. And that large ocean that we're responsible for fortunately had very healthy shark populations that had not been targeted by fishermen. We had the great opportunity, and fortunately, the government of the Bahamas jumped on it, acted quickly, and we had a shark sanctuary in record time.
Many locals believe that the shark sanctuary had a drastic effect on the number of sharks in the area.
Since the sanctuary has been set in place, there's definitely been an increase in the population. I've been spearfishing many times, and they've been surrounding me.
In the last 10 years especially, I believe that we've seen a significant increase in the shark populations and in encounters with them.
The connection between the number of sharks in the water and the number of attacks is well established. On Cape Cod, for example, an increase in the great white population in the past decade resulted in an upsurge in deadly shark attacks. Is the same pattern emerging here?
It's like once we pull up and we'll just kind of hover over the spot, the shark should start circling around the boat.
Shark experts Dr. Stephen Kessel, Matt Smuckle, and shark dive guide Brian Roll head out to test the theory.
You guys ready? Yep. Yeah. All right.
Matt Smuckle is the head researcher at the Bimini Shark Lab, which has been tracking shark populations in Bahamian waters for 35 years.
There they come. Another one here, yeah. I've seen like 3 or 4 already. Pretty big one here.
The way the Shark Lab tracks the abundance of sharks really depends on the species. One of the ones that the Shark Lab has run for 35 years now are our survey lines. We set hooks out there and we count how many sharks we're catching.
And the numbers tell a surprising story.
Our data shows that the numbers of sharks in the area are very stable for the past 35 years. We also have to remember that sharks are a long-lived species. They have very slow reproductive cycles, so it's actually biologically not possible that they're going to boom out of control just in the past 10 years.
They're all already very healthy shark populations, probably close to the limit of what this ecosystem is able to support. So the establishment of the shark sanctuary did not cause a dramatic increase in shark populations, it just sustained already very healthy shark populations.
After looking at these 3 instances, none of them have anything to do with there being a boom in shark populations. There's no data to back that up.
The establishment of the shark sanctuary is not behind the spike. Investigators race to find an answer before it's too late. In the quest to solve the puzzle, investigators turn to a seemingly insignificant detail from the first attack in the spike, that of Kate Inskip.
Quite regularly in the early morning, just after dawn, we would go to a certain beach and feed the turtles. I had just rinsed out the container, just in the sea, but I was still holding it when the shark came. Perhaps the shark could have seen it. I don't know. It's the only thing I can see that could have differentiated me from the other people in the water.
A container holding frozen squid. But how might this simple vessel unravel the reason for the attacks? It comes down to how sharks smell. A shark's nose is uniquely adapted to detect odor in the water.
When we look at the side of a shark's head, we can see its nostril right here, and the nostril has 2 openings. There's an opening where water flows into it, and then a flap, and then an opening where the water flows out of it.
As water flows into the nose, it activates sensory cells, which send information to the brain.
We can see the front of the brain, which is called the cerebrum. That's an area which processes all of the odor information that's associated with the sense of smell. So when a shark detects something that's useful to it, such as the smell of a prey item, it's going to start swimming back and forth to try to pick up on higher and higher concentrations of that chemical.
To demonstrate how this works, Dr. Kajura sets up a simple experiment.
What we want to do is demonstrate the behavioral response of these animals when they detect a food odor in the water. And so to do that, we're going to take an acrylic plate and lower it down into the tank with a long tube. And we're going to be able to use that to introduce odor sources on the bottom where these sharks are naturally hunting. These sharks have a very sensitive olfactory system. They're able to detect odors down to like a part per billion.
That's the equivalent of being able to detect a single drop of blood in an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
Flip the 3-way valve, fill the syringe with squid juice like this. You should start to see a little plume coming out. Okay, see how he's searching around now? He's zipping back and forth with his head on the bottom. If you look at the tail beat frequency, they're swimming faster now than they were when they're just cruising through the tank. Here we've got one coming up this way, following the odor toward the source here. Both of them, in fact. Look at that turning. See how that turned upstream toward the source of the odor? Definitely interested in something here.
The conclusion is clear. Kate's container of squid may have been the exact thing that drew the shark to her.
We demonstrated these sharks are highly sensitive to food odors, and it makes sense. These sharks are naturally attuned to finding prey items, and so they have evolved to find prey out in the wild. In Kate's case, she had just rinsed out a bucket full of food odor in the water, and that odor plume was all around her. As a result, these sharks were zipping around trying to find the source of that odor, and she happened to be right in the middle of it, and that's why she ended up being bitten.
The squid juice is the final clue that unlocks the secret to the spike in attacks.
Shark! Shark!
With this evidence, Dr. Huber notices a single common factor in each of the 3 2018 attacks.
These 3 attacks involved either hand-feeding animals in the ocean or spearfishing. And in all 3 cases, there was chemical information that was being put into the ocean that would have attracted sharks, because their sense of smell is cued into the specific chemicals that were spilling into the ocean in each of these situations.
Odor. Could this be the final piece to the puzzle?
Odor is one of the key things that attract sharks to their prey. Odors travel over long distances, and sharks have very sensitive senses of smell, which means that they can cue into those signals, follow them to their source, and that ultimately leads them to their food.
The evidence points to the swimming behavior of sharks becoming more aggressive when odor is introduced to the surrounding water. The video of Will Krause's attack shows the shark swimming in the same way as did the shark that attacked Kate Inskip.
The fact that it was digging under my feet, it then swam around, it was coming up to the surface. It was showing much more interest in us than I would have expected.
Odor is a key sensory modality for sharks when it comes to feeding. Here we've got one coming up this way, following the odor toward the source here. Both of them, in fact. And so any odor in the water would be one of the prime motivators to get these sharks to start searching for food. And if the people are in the wrong place at the wrong time, that's how they end up being bitten.
While there are a variety of factors that could have contributed to the spike in shark attacks in the Abaco Islands, the one common denominator that goes across all 3 attacks was odors going into the water. In each of those cases, there was chemical odor information going to the environment, which sharks are attracted to and investigated the source of, leading to the attacks.
With this final piece of evidence, the mystery behind the Abaco Islands' dramatic spike is solved. Sharks, the most feared animals on the planet. Despite inspiring such terror, the chances of being bitten are incredibly rare. But what about being bitten twice? These unlucky victims survived not just 1, but 2 shark attacks.
I grew up in Florence, Oregon. I was born up there on the banks of the Siuslaw River.
Seth Mead is a watershed conservationist from the Oregon coast. He surfs every chance he gets.
You know, I froth for it. There are days when I can't, think about anything else.
And this passion means Seth is in the right place. The Oregon coast boasts some of the most awe-inspiring waves on the planet. Strong winds create swells that can reach more than 35 feet high and travel up to 65 miles per hour, drawing surfers to the water in droves. But these thrill seekers aren't out there alone.
On the west coast of the United States, this area has to be one of the sharkiest places.
Oregon's waters are home to 15 species of shark.
Sharks commonly found off the coast of Oregon include white sharks, blue sharks, salmon sharks, thresher sharks, and spiny dogfish.
Unlike the majority of sharks that are cold-blooded, many of these species are warm-blooded. That means they can raise their body temperature above that of the surrounding water. This keeps them warm. In Oregon's frigid waters, where temperatures average around 55 degrees in the summer. But wetsuit-wearing surfers don't mind the cold either.
I didn't really worry too much about actually getting bit by a shark. I assumed they were there, but I wasn't necessarily worried about that occurring. The jetty there, I was sitting a couple hundred yards south of it on that wide peak down there. Pretty similar weather conditions to today. The little weather cell that had just came through had just passed. You know, sunny, clear. It was sick.
But the good times don't last long.
So I was sitting, you know, upright, looking out of the horizon, and all of a sudden, you know, bam. She hit me so hard that we projected out of the water.
When Seth lands, the unthinkable occurs.
I was, in essence, balancing on my board, which was spanning her mouth, and her mouth was probably something about like that, and I was on the board, like, looking down into it.
The shark bites down hard, trapping Seth's right foot between his surfboard and the shark's teeth.
I felt compression. It's her lower jaw, my foot, my board, then her top jaw. And then I heard my board snap. And then she spun around and just let go.
But the shark doesn't swim away, so Seth does.
Kind of glanced over my shoulder at her, glanced at the horizon, and I paddled for my life. Ran up the beach. Remember, my wetsuit was twisted around, and couldn't see the actual wounds. There was just a bunch of really dark blood.
A nearby police officer helps Seth to the emergency room, where he receives 25 stitches across multiple lacerations.
Could have been a lot worse. Surprised it wasn't worse. I think if the board hadn't been sandwiched in there, there's a high probability I could have lost my foot. So yeah, I feel very fortunate the way things turned out.
Seth's terrifying shark encounter stuns locals.
This was a total surprise to me at the time. There have been numerous sightings, but I was unaware of any previous shark attacks in this area.
I think everybody was surprised. Basically lived out here, and you know, that was the first time any of us had witnessed anything like that.
Historically, incidents off of Gold Beach, Oregon between humans and sharks are extremely rare.
Most years in Oregon, they see between 0 and 3 attacks.
Since 1974, along Oregon's entire coastline, only 29 shark bites have been reported. And Gold Beach, where Seth was attacked, has only been the site of one other incident ever. So why did a shark strike Seth, and why now?
The local community definitely wonders.
Investigators begin to unravel the mystery. Dr. Mark Marks studies the behavioral ecology of sharks. He believes figuring out which species bit Seth may help explain why it occurred. He turns to a crucial piece of evidence: Seth's surfboard.
I'm seeing here what looks like stress fractures.
The board made a very distinct pop when the bite occurred.
I'm guessing the crack is probably a simultaneous stress fracturing here, and then the teeth actually puncturing through the glass. One of the things that's really diagnostic is the shape.
Like human fingerprints, each species of sharks has its own distinct teeth marks. Those of the tiger shark are large and serrated, designed to rip and tear into prey, whereas those of the basking shark are microscopic and virtually useless, swallowing prey rather than chewing.
Now, the shark that made this bite, you see how these guys are triangular?
Yeah.
The flat side from the apex, that's gonna be the front of the tooth. You get the straight blade cut here, so it's the bottom tooth which made these.
According to Dr. Marks, there's only one species whose teeth fit this bill.
So if we tried to line this up, what you'll see are probably these two teeth here.
Lines up at that edge.
It's almost a perfect fit. This is a white shark.
White sharks are the largest predatory fish on the planet. growing up to 20 feet in length. They are highly intelligent, incredibly powerful, and they're responsible for more attacks on humans than any other fish in the sea. But the chances of being bitten by this shark, or any other, are incredibly slim. Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa breaks it down.
The odds of being bitten by a shark are incredibly low. If we look around the entire world, it's about 1 in 79 million. If we bring that into the United States, the odds are more like about 1 in 8 million. But not everybody in the United States goes to the beach. So if we look specifically at the odds of being attacked by a shark amongst beachgoers in the United States, the odds are about 1 in 3 million.
By comparison, the odds of dying from a lightning strike are roughly 1 in 80,000. According to Dr. Huber's stats, you are 100 times more likely to be struck by lightning than attacked by a shark, or almost 1,000 times more likely worldwide. And those are the odds for getting attacked once.
So you might wonder, what are the odds of being bitten twice by a shark as a beachgoer in the United States? In order to figure out the probability of 2 separate events happening twice, we need to multiply their individual probabilities. So if we multiply 1 out of 3 million by 1 out of 3 million, we get 1 in 9 trillion. And I don't know about you, but that's about the lowest odds of anything I've ever heard of in my life. So the fact that anybody in the United States has been bitten by a shark twice is just extraordinarily low odds.
But unlikely does not mean impossible. And somehow, Seth defies the odds.
After my first shark attack, I figured the percentages of it happening again were so slim that I was golden. Now I figured I'd paid my dues. If it was gonna happen, it was gonna be somebody else.
Little does Seth know how wrong he is. 6 years after Seth's shark attack, he goes surfing with his best friend Gus. They head to an Oregon beach, located more than 100 miles north of Seth's shark incident. But Seth's traumatic past isn't behind him. Yet.
So you're out off, like, essentially right out in there.
It had been raining for a couple days. So we took the rip out and was sitting there. It was nice, calm, kind of tranquil looking. And then I could hear that sound. It sounded like sandpaper. And then, bam!
A shark slams into Seth, throwing him off his surfboard.
Next thing I really knew, I'm in the water. And I look over and saw my board in the shark's mouth. And I'm tethered to it, so I'm within feet of the entire animal.
Unable to flee, Seth is at the shark's mercy.
Is he gonna follow up with a secondary hit? Or is he just gonna let me sneak out of here?
The seconds tick by.
And at some point, I let go of my board. And I remember getting on my board, looking out and seeing Gus.
It was just a moment of panic. Just kind of froze. It was like, what the heck did I just see? We were just laser focused on getting back to the beach, not really looking over our shoulders. I've never paddled so fast in my life.
Seth and Gus escape unscathed.
I don't know how that he didn't actually get me. He just got my board. Because there's a pretty significant gouge on the bottom of the board. And then the upper jaw definitely was on the side of the board.
I was like, man, this is, I think, your lucky day. You probably should go buy a lottery ticket or something.
Seth's chances of winning the lottery may be higher than what he just survived.
For Seth to encounter a shark twice in Oregon waters in separate years and be the only person to do so is unbelievably rare.
This unprecedented second attack puts locals on high alert.
I was in total disbelief. It was just, you know, kind of unheard of at the time.
Now, more than ever, the mystery behind these encounters must be solved. Why was Seth bitten not once, but twice? In search of a lead, investigators look for similarities between the two incidents, starting with the identity of Seth's attacker.
We've got what looks to be a two-jaw bite. I think I know which teeth did these. If we turn it over, we're going to see some corresponding lower jaw, which we do. But I think we're looking at an animal that's probably in around the 14, 15-foot range. I'm about 99.5 confidence level we have a white shark that hit you.
Two attacks, both by great whites. With the culprit's identity revealed, experts can now focus their investigation. Why would a white shark attack? Dr. Marks searches for clues in the local environment, and something stands out.
Here on the West Coast, we have a lot of pinnipeds. Pinnipeds are marine sea mammals, including seals and sea lions.
Pinnipeds are one of the most commonly seen marine animals in Oregon, numbering in the tens of thousands year-round. They also happen to be on a great white's menu.
White sharks learn how to head them off at the pass, or how to stalk them, or ambush them.
A great white is equipped with both brains and brawn, giving it an uncanny ability to hunt pinnipeds.
They're intelligent, they learn, they adapt, they modify their hunting techniques. These are very sharp predators.
In its most spectacular display, the predator sneaks up on its prey and attacks from below at speeds of up to 40 miles per hour. But this remarkable hunting technique isn't foolproof.
Any carnivore has to be successful at least 10% of the time or it won't survive. I can tell you most definitely that white sharks are way above that 10% threshold.
That means sometimes great whites miss their target or attack the wrong target altogether.
I do think the shark thought I was a sea lion. I think she was prowling the lineup, and I was in a likely zone. Mistaken identity.
Did a great white attempt to inflict a mortal wound on Seth, confusing him for a pinniped?
I've been told that's one of their kind of quintessential attack modes, is to come in, get a good hit, sit back and let you bleed out. That's probably what she was doing.
To test this theory, Dr. Marks recreates Seth's first attack.
Now, from the injuries, the scars, what I see is that your foot is back. These lower teeth puncture the bottom. These teeth here catch the bottom of your foot. So that thing's head was up in
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I remember looking right into her mouth.
Yeah.
You can see her gills, and then as things transpired and she started to kind of roll back.
Then we determined she does like a lateral roll.
Just like that.
And then
that
now
whole,
you're looking at her eye here.
As it passed right through there, that's where we kind of locked eyes.
The positioning and force of the shark suggest it may have been hunting. But Dr. Marks has his reservations.
Sharks are pretty intelligent animals. By the time a white shark becomes an adult, it's unlikely they make mistakes. We can look at the injuries and evidence from Seth, for example, in both of his encounters. Neither of them look like predation. And the reason they don't look like predation is because they are not.
Perhaps the answer to Seth's odds-defying double encounter can be found in another freak occurrence elsewhere. One that took place in the shark bite capital of the world.
New Smyrna Beach is a small town. There's tons of surfing, swimming, fishing. It's just a water-based town.
Matt Glenn is a surfer from New Smyrna Beach in Florida.
Yeah, we love everything about it.
Located along Florida's eastern coast, it's home to dolphins, manatees, alligators, and sharks. But unlike the rest of the country, where shark attacks are rare, here they are more common, earning the area a chilling claim to fame.
We are the shark bite capital of the world. We do have more shark bites than anywhere else on the East Coast.
In fact, since 1882, this area has seen a shocking total of more than 330 shark attacks.
We usually average about 6 to 10 shark bites a year. We had our record year in 2001 where we had 21 bites in 1 year.
Despite the danger, for Matt, the call of the ocean is too strong to ignore.
I still love surfing. I'll go every day if I could. It's just a feeling that you really can't beat, so people take that chance, you know?
Around 9 a.m., Matt and his friend Brian hit the water.
That day, the weather, it was the day after a hurricane rolled through, so it was real breezy, but there was tons of sun. It was just, you know, a beautiful Florida day. We were out there catching some really good waves. The swell was amazing.
After half an hour, Matt notices something is off.
All of a sudden, our tight little group, we were missing our buddy Brian, and we just started looking around.
But as Matt looks, he hears something chilling.
We heard Brian scream, "Help me, shark!" And then our instincts just took over.
Matt races to reach his friend, while Brian fights against the predator.
That shark was on him, attached to his leg, and we saw him kind of struggle.
Somehow, Brian breaks free. Scrambling onto his surfboard, he races to safety.
As soon as we saw Brian make it into the shore, we were all there to help him. He had the shark laceration like right around his kneecap area, and one of our buddies quickly took off his leash. We wrapped it around his upper thigh to kind of make a tourniquet. And basically all we could do was just sit there and wait for the lifeguard to come.
It's an excruciating wait.
The blood was basically just oozing out of his knee.
Brian receives emergency medical attention and makes a full recovery.
I'm grateful that I didn't have it any worse than it was. No stitches, no nothing, and that's a blessing.
Brian's terrifying encounter leaves locals rattled. 2 other surfers were attacked just 1 week before. Even in the shark attack capital of the world, 3 attacks in 7 days is unusual.
It was insane. Yeah, pretty wild.
If an answer can't be found, the livelihood of this vacation hotspot is at risk.
We are often asked by tourists that come from all over the country if there are sharks in the water. When we have a shark bite here, it becomes a problem, especially out-of-towners.
So why was Brian bitten? To identify Brian's attacker, Dr. Huber examines the evidence.
Based on the size of the wound, going from about the middle of Brian's knee to the middle of his shin, I'm estimating that this was something on the order of a 5 to 6 foot blacktip shark.
Blacktip sharks are known for their characteristic black fins. Their preferred hunting ground is in the shallows, where they sometimes encounter humans.
Blacktip sharks worldwide are only responsible for about 5% of shark attacks, but because they're so common off the coast of Florida, they definitely contribute to a greater percentage of Florida shark attacks.
Why did Brian attract the unwanted attention of a blacktip? Beach safety officer Captain Tamara Malfers has a theory.
Surfers will go out regardless of any storm system that comes through. That's what they do.
Brian was bitten in the direct aftermath of Hurricane Matthew.
Right after that hurricane, I think it was just a matter of who was going to get bit that day.
Similarly, in Oregon, Seth's first attack took place in the wake of a thunderstorm. Could these weather patterns have played a part in the incidents? Ocean scientist Dr. Tracy Fanara investigates.
Storms play a big role in the ecosystem by creating waves, big waves, which are ideal for surfing. Offshore winds create the best waves.
Big waves after a storm are the reason both Seth and Brian were in the water when attacked. But these storms affect more than what's happening above the surface. Dr. Fanara demonstrates.
So I'm going to put some cold water with red food dye on the bottom to symbolize the nutrients on the bottom of the ocean. Now I'm going to use the leaf blower to show the water displacement. As you can see, even though we only put the air and simulated the surface waves, that bottom water displaced the top water, turning the entire tank red.
Through a process called upwelling, big waves caused by large storms displace water and other sediment. The problem is that this upwelling can turn clear water into murky water. This impedes a shark's ability to see.
The water was very murky, so that murkiness would have made it harder for the shark to see their normal prey items, which may have led the sharks to bite onto a human instead of their typical prey.
Blurry vision for a shark may spell disaster for a surfer. A detail that could unravel the mystery once and for all. Did the storms that preceded Brian's and Seth's attacks create murky water and put the surfers at a greater risk of a shark attack? According to Dr. Dan Huber, the answer may go beyond water clarity. Seth was bitten in deep water, roughly 400 feet from shore. And as it turns out, that may be exactly where sharks were gathering.
Years ago, there was a really interesting observation about shark behavior before these types of storm events. It turns out that when storm systems come through and the air pressure drops significantly, that some sharks can actually detect this and move offshore into deeper, safer water. So given that both Brian and Seth went surfing shortly after the storm, it was actually likely for there to be sharks there and increasing those odds of them being attacked even further.
But Seth's second encounter did not occur in the wake of a storm. Waves caused by weather systems are not the reason behind Seth and Brian's attacks. Investigators wonder if waves are important in a different way. Only 8 months after Brian's shark incident, he's back on his surfboard at a beach less than 5 miles from his attack site. The surfer's second shark encounter holds a clue.
We're here at Ponce Inlet. Right past those poles, about 40 to 50 yards, is where I got my second shark bite. Came over to Ponce Inlet Beach. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. The water was a lot of bait fish. Just caught a wave and did a maneuver, didn't land it, fell,
But as Brian attempts to regain his footing, disaster strikes.
Boom, like I just felt it hit. I immediately thought it was another shark bite.
And this assailant is even more aggressive than the first.
It had a full jaw, going back and forth, sideways with my foot, and shook it. I was screaming. It was just insane.
In the chaos of the attack, Brian's hand was also bitten. Finally, the shark lets go.
There was a surfer right there that helped me to shore. And I was seeing all the blood just trailing behind me. This is the most I've ever bled in my entire life. I was pretty terrified.
Brian is rushed to the hospital, where he receives 48 stitches.
The second bite was definitely more serious than the first bite. I was scared that I could have lost these 2 toes and got nerve damage going from here all the way to here.
For Brian, this fear is all too familiar.
I'm unlucky that I've been bit twice, but very lucky to still be alive to this day.
Brian's second attack makes headlines, startling the world.
Here in Volusia County, in New Smyrna area, we've heard of people get bit there a lot, but I've never heard of one person getting bit twice.
And beachgoers want to know what's going on.
In Brian's first attack, he had relatively minor surface wounds, but in his second attack, it actually took 48 stitches in order to close up this wound. And the reason for that is because the shark bit and then shook its head back and forth from left to right. And the curvature that we see right here, from the side of the foot up towards the middle toe, would tend to indicate a blacktip or a spinner shark.
Both of Brian's attacks were conducted by a blacktip or spinner. And both of Seth's attacks were carried out by great whites. Different species, different coasts, yet all of these attacks share a similar detail.
I would say New Smyrna Beach Inlet Jetty, it's just a wave magnet.
Gus was paddling out the rip, you know, about the tip of the jetty.
Jetties. Seth believes this common trait between the attack sites is key.
The major river mouths, they're all sharky. Everything's getting funneled right through the gauntlet. It's pretty logical for the top of the food chain to be looming.
Could river mouths be the clue investigators have been looking for? Dr. Huber pursues the lead.
All 4 of these attacks happen near the mouths of rivers. And this is what creates really good surfing breaks.
But surfers aren't the only ones drawn to river mouths.
The mouths of rivers are definitely areas where sharks are typically found. The reason for this is because lots and lots of nutrients come down rivers and then spill into the ocean. Phytoplankton are going to use all of those nutrients in order to grow, and bit by bit it works its way up the food chain to bring in larger predators.
Anytime there is an influx of sharks in an area, the chance of encounters with humans also increases.
The fact that Seth and Brian were surfing in areas where rivers were pouring into the ocean is definitely an explanatory factor into why they were attacked twice.
But it might not be that simple. A detail from Brian's second shark encounter complicates the theory.
In the moment when I was getting bit, it just amazed me that it happened to me and no one else in the water.
Nearly a dozen other surfers were nearby when Brian was attacked. Yet the shark left them alone. Surfing near river mouths cannot be the only explanation. But what this theory does show is that sharks are attracted to areas with an abundance of fish. And there's one event that brings fish here in the millions.
We have seen them, actually a lot of them coming in, and you do see the larger sharks coming in as well.
This is the mullet migration. It's an awe-inspiring phenomenon of epic proportions. and it just might explain the attacks. Each year, schools of fish, larger than a football field, travel south along the Atlantic coast to spawn. Passing Florida's beaches along their way. And they do so in the fall. Brian was attacked in October.
The water was just a lot of bait fish. I was paddling back out and I was running my hands through mullet and I didn't really think much of it.
But this migration doesn't just bring mullet to New Smyrna.
Whenever you have mullet running or any other type of bait fish running, you do see the larger sharks coming in as well.
It's a sequence of events that's not unique to just Florida.
You can see the bait balls, see the Chinook rallying, chasing the bait right under you. The second you get in the water, you know you're entering the food chain.
In Oregon, salmon run almost year-round. And just like the mullet, they leap out of the water to avoid being prey.
We have large migrations of salmon. It's a reliable food source. And of course, with that goes the predator of those fish, such as marine mammals, and that brings sharks.
Mullet in Florida, salmon in Oregon. Did these floating buffets attract sharks in large numbers and put Brian and Seth at greater risk of an attack? It all comes down to timing.
Both of Seth's attacks happened during salmon runs off the coast of Oregon, and one of Brian's attacks happened during a mullet run off the coast of Florida. So in 3 out of 4 of these attacks, the concentration of small fish in the area of these surfers could have been a factor that contributed to why they were attacked.
However, there were no fish migrations during Brian's second incident. Something else may be the cause of the attacks. Perhaps the answer to these rare double attacks lies not in the behavior of the sharks, but in that of the surfers. Investigators review the data and zero in on a seemingly minor detail: the surfers' clothing.
That day I was wearing just a black wetsuit with a hood. Pretty usual for around these parts. We get some pretty cold waters at times, so you need a real suit to keep yourself warm.
During both incidents, I was wearing the same board shorts. Like, I was wearing black board shorts.
Both men wore dark clothes when bitten. Could there be a connection? Dr. Huber takes a closer look.
Shark eyes are evolved to see high contrast images, such as the silhouette of a seal at the surface of the water against the downwelling sunlight. So for a surfer to be in a dark wetsuit on a surfboard, this creates the same type of search image that sharks depend on to find their food.
This could lead to a shark to make a mistake while hunting.
Most sharks don't have color vision, or maybe have very limited color vision. And so because of that, they're going to see objects in the environment differently than we do. Take the example of Seth's attacks off the coast of Oregon. He was attacked by a white shark both times. Now, white sharks have black and white vision, and they use high contrast images in order to key in on the location of their prey, like seals and sea lions. So when a white shark is swimming down in the depths of the ocean, looking up at the surface, what it sees is the prey item's body silhouetted against the downwelling sunlight. We're going to try to demonstrate this effect by taking these objects made to look like surfboards in a variety of different colors, and we're going to see what these objects look like from the shark's perspective.
Dr. Huber places a small camera on the bottom of a fish tank to compare color vision versus black and white or shark vision.
We're going to start with the black surfboard because Seth was wearing a black wetsuit during both of his attacks off the coast of Oregon, and Brian was wearing a black bathing suit during both of his attacks off the coast of Florida. Take a look at it in color. It is high contrast compared to all of the light that's coming down from above, which is meant to simulate the light from the sun coming down through the surface of the ocean. When we switch that over to black and white, it's still very, very high contrast. So this speaks to how the white shark was able to see Seth in each of his attacks. When the white shark is swimming around through the depths of the ocean, looking up at the surface, any black object, whether it be a seal, a sea lion, or a surfer in a black wetsuit, that's going to be a high contrast image that really stands out against the downwelling sunlight, and it's something that the shark is going to be able to key in on. When we switch to the red surfboard, in color, it stands out clear as day. But interestingly, when we switch over to black and white to simulate the shark's vision, it actually becomes very low contrast.
That means it's much harder for a shark to see.
So these black objects, whether it be the wetsuit or the bathing suit, have the highest contrast relative to the surrounding water and sunlight, and this is exactly how shark vision works. Shark vision is based on identifying high contrast objects, not identifying color objects.
Did Seth and Brian's high contrast attire inadvertently draw a shark's eye and cause the attacks?
What Seth and Brian were wearing could definitely be contributing factors to the reasons why they were attacked twice.
But many beachgoers wear black and are not attacked. What makes Brian and Seth different? Perhaps it's not about what they were wearing, but what they were doing. Investigators are on the brink of answers.
After the first attack, the probability of me getting popped again, very low. I definitely didn't think it would happen again.
So if we look specifically at the odds of being attacked by a shark amongst beachgoers in the United States, the odds are about 1 in 3 million. So to put that in perspective, think about a royal flush. A royal flush is the hardest hand to get in a game of poker. And the odds of doing that are about 1 in 650,000. So the odds of being bitten by a shark as a beachgoer in the United States are about 5 times lower than the odds of getting the rarest hand in the game of poker.
Dr. Stephen Midway of Louisiana State University studies the way in which a beachgoer's pastime can impact their odds of being bitten.
So most shark attacks have some type of activity associated with the attack. For example, surfing, swimming, or diving. The purple is the unknown, the blue is the swimming.
But one activity eclipses all the rest.
What stands out here is surfing in green, around 50% on average. And we see, especially starting around the 1980s or so, if we look at the known activities, surfing tends to be, in most years, the dominant activity associated with shark attacks.
Surfing. Brian and Seth's favorite activity.
Who spends the most time in the water? Well, surfers could be sitting on top for hours. Divers, an hour, maybe less. Swimmers, less than that. So the statistical probability of you encountering a shark, much less encountering it more than once, is really a function of how much you sit at this place. Your chances of being struck by lightning, pretty nil. But if you were a chimney sweep around lightning rods, you would expect to see the frequency of lightning strike higher.
But there are approximately 3 million surfers in the United States. And of those, only 15 are attacked by sharks on average each year.
In a case like Brian, who was surfing in Florida, we wouldn't expect him to be attacked, but we would expect a higher chance of encountering a shark because you've had hundreds of encounters and attacks over a 60-year period. That also suggests that Seth's case is much, much more unlikely because there have been only 22 attacks in that same 60-year period in Oregon. And in fact, Seth accounts for 2 of those 22.
Is there something about Brian and Seth that sets them apart? Even from other surfers?
I surf every chance I can get, and honestly, nothing will stop me from surfing. Yeah, I have about 200 to 220 sessions in a year.
These guys love what they do.
The primary factor of why I've been bitten twice, just because I love surfing and I'm out there doing it so often.
An extreme love of surfing. Could this be the final piece of the puzzle in explaining these rare double attacks?
In Brian's second attack, he was surfing on a day when there were a lot of bait fish around the beach, and he reported actually having seen sharks in the area. So the fact that somebody would be willing to continue surfing when they've seen sharks feeding on bait fish really speaks to how much this person loves to be in the water surfing.
Being at one with the ocean, feeling how small you are in the grand scope of things. It's an intimidating but exhilarating experience. You know, there's nothing that's really comparable.
I can go days on end without seeing the land, basically. That's how I feel about it.
I think people are willing to take the risk just for the enjoyment of surfing.
The only way that a person could possibly put themselves into a situation to be attacked by sharks on 2 different occasions, if they are so in love with the ocean that they are doing everything that they can to spend as much time possible in that environment.
Despite the increased risk, Brian and Seth hope to never stop surfing.
You can't compare it to anything else. There are days when I can't, think about anything else.
I never plan to retire from surfing. This is something that is a lifelong, endless journey.
One of the South's best-kept secrets, Gulf Shores, Alabama, is a haven for fishermen, beachgoers, and sharks. More attacks occur along these shores than anywhere else in the state. What makes this area a shark attack hotspot? The answer is a warning that vacationers everywhere should heed.
Started coming to Gulf Shores because we just love the beach. The adults can relax and visit, and the kids have plenty to do, don't get bored,
2004 is the second year in a row that Arkansas native Jeff Flanagan is vacationing in Gulf Shores with his family.
It's just where there's water and sand, there's entertainment.
Gulf Shores, Alabama, is a bustling tourist town located along the northern Gulf of Mexico. Its 32 miles of beaches are famous for sugary white sand, world-class fishing, and thriving marine life, including sharks. Patrolling these waters are the lemon shark, known for its pale yellow hue, the spinner shark that twirls through the air to catch its prey, and even the occasional great white, the most feared predator in the ocean. But this coexistence between sharks and swimmers can lead to disaster.
I've often thought what it would have been like if we'd just left the beach a few minutes earlier, but that wasn't the way it worked out.
Jeff is playing in the ocean with his 7-year-old grandson, Trenton.
He was searching around for shells, and I was doing the same thing. The water was up to my waist, and it was up to his chest, and it was pretty murky water. It was getting later in the day, and everybody had been playing hard, and we're getting tired, and we were pretty close to wrapping it up.
5 more minutes.
But they stay a little longer, a decision Jeff will come to regret.
I was also watching the swells, and I could actually see fish in the swells that were moving through. And I was thinking something must be hunting for these fish because they're jumping a lot.
Suddenly, Jeff sees a shadow charge through the waves.
And it reminded me of a torpedo moving through the water, just really a fast, almost a blur. I thought to myself, that's really big. And no sooner had that thought formed than Trenton said, "Papa, something's got my foot."
Trenton! A large shark has Trenton in its jaws.
I looked over at him to see what he was talking about and saw the expression on his face. And that's when I first really felt panic. His face was just twisted up in agony. When I got to him, I immediately grabbed him and lifted him up out of the water and I could see his foot was just mangled.
Jeff rushes his young grandson to shore, where the extent of the damage becomes clear.
At that point, I kind of think we all went into shock. Just because the injury was so severe and it was so sudden, it was sort of the way a nightmare feels.
Trenton has severe injuries to his foot, including a severed artery. He needs help, fast.
And then it seemed like 2 seconds the shore patrol were here.
At the hospital, doctors perform emergency surgery on the young boy. Trenton survives. And after months of recovery, he regains the use of his foot.
I've grown up 17 years and some change later now, and I remember it like yesterday. It's just something I think of almost every day and get comments on every day. I've still got people in town that call me shark bait.
Despite his traumatic attack, Trenton gets back in the water.
The next year, we showed up to the beach, same location, same spot. The first thing we did was run out there as far as we could and swim out past our heads. Mom freaked out. We weren't allowed to go past our ankles that year.
Trenton's gruesome attack makes headlines around the country. Elsewhere in Alabama, shark encounters are incredibly rare, but not here. Since the year 2000, 9 attacks have occurred in this state, and 7 of them happened at Gulf shores or nearby. That means more than 60% of Alabama's shark attacks took place off roughly 50% of Alabama's coast. It's a designation no one in this tourist haven wants.
I have friends who've been out on boogie boards and stuff and actually fallen on top of sharks. And it is concerning, the ocean. It's never not dangerous.
Why is Gulf Shores a shark attack hotspot? Investigators are on the case. Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa believes the first step in solving this mystery is identifying Trenton's assailant.
When we look at Trenton Martin's attack photos, we can see a significant amount of damage that was done to a small child's foot. We can see that these marks on the top side of his foot, those are the types of lacerations that come from the upper jaw of a shark. Now, if we move over to the next photo, this gives us a picture of the overall shape of the shark's head. Species like blacktips tend to be a bit more pointed at the front of the jaw, while bull or tiger sharks tend to be a bit flatter at the front of the jaw. Now, in the case of Trenton, it appears that he was bitten multiple times and that the shark actually dragged him under the water and towards the shore. This indicates very, very aggressive behavior.
And according to Dr. Huber, there's only one species that fits the bill.
And out of all of the sharks that are present in the northern Gulf of Mexico, this type of aggressive behavior and the severity of the cut below Trenton's ankle would tend to indicate bull shark.
Bull sharks can grow up to 11 feet long and weigh up to 500 pounds. They can swim in water as shallow as 3 feet and are widely regarded as one of the most aggressive species of shark.
I remember going under the water and started to try to kick it, and it just kind of aggressively took me towards shore.
Why did the bull shark strike out at Trenton? A detail from the attack provides a vital clue.
I felt a school of fish rush me.
Just prior to when Trenton was bit by the shark, I noticed that there were a lot of fish jumping around and there was a lot of activity.
It's not the fish themselves, but the water those fish were swimming in that Trenton thinks might be key.
Water was different, it was murky. I do believe that shark couldn't see, so it hit the white bottom of my foot thinking it was a fish.
Could murky water be the reason behind Trenton's attack? Dr. Huber takes a closer look.
Predators follow prey. So the fact that Trenton saw baitfish jumping out of the water is a good indication that sharks were hunting on those baitfish in the area at the time of his attack.
Sharks use their eyesight when searching for prey, but their vision works best when the ocean is clear.
Murky water can significantly reduce the distance over which sharks can see objects in the water around them. So the fact that there was murky water at the time of Trenton's attack means that the shark may not have been able to see Trenton quite as easily, and therefore may have attacked him without actually realizing.
This is possible anytime or place that the sea is murky, like after a storm or in an estuary. For this reason, marine experts advise beachgoers worldwide to avoid swimming in cloudy water.
The presence of baitfish in murky water was definitely a contributing factor to Trenton's attack.
But when it comes to explaining why Gulf Shores is a shark attack hotspot, something doesn't add up. There are murky waters along many parts of the Alabama coast, and yet sharks disproportionately attack here. Something makes this area unique. But what? Nine years after Trenton's terrifying incident, a shark attacks a swimmer off Gulf Shores once again.
We grew up coming to the beach, and especially after we were a little older and had our own children, every year we'd come to Gulf Shores and plan our family vacation.
Louisiana native Laura Peed has been visiting the Alabama coast for more than 4 decades. But one vacation that started out like all the rest nearly ended in disaster.
I've never been worried or concerned up until that point that there were some sharks possibly in the Gulf. We woke up to not so good weather. It was a rainy day, very, very overcast. About 2 o'clock or so, it looked like the weather was clearing up.
Laura hits the beach with her stepdaughter, Jean-Marie.
We swim out in the water. In Gulf Shores, when you walk out, you go through like a little trough. It was right in that area that I was walking, and it was probably about thigh deep in water.
But as she walks, Laura is suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her left ankle is in the jaws of a shark.
That moment was just so scary. It happened so fast. It reminded me of one of those metal traps, like a clamp. It was just that sudden and sharp, hard impact. I knew it was a shark, and then I knew I had to get away from it.
Laura makes a break for shore.
I turned around to come back in, and I had that foot still up in the air.
But her escape attempt fails. She feels another sharp pain, this time on her heel.
At that point, I was concerned. I didn't want it to bite me again.
In a panic, Laura defends herself.
I got down on my back and just started kicking in the direction that I thought the shark might be in. At some point, I yelled to my daughter.
I heard a scream that cut off, and I started looking around. She was screaming for help. She needed help to get out of the water. I took off running down the beach.
I was still in about thigh-deep water, so I just kind of laid on my back.
When I got to her, I asked her to pull her foot up so I could look at it.
I didn't know what the damage was. I just knew I had to get out of the water. At that point, then it really started to hurt.
Once we got on shore, grabbed the biggest beach towel we had, wrapped it up super tight. And that's when I noticed that there was also wounds to the underside of her foot. Basically looked like it was using her Achilles as floss.
I was very in shock about what happened. I just wanted to get help.
She's rushed to an urgent care center where she receives 17 stitches. But her fighting spirit remains intact.
I was scared to go back in the water, very scared. The water is really, really important to me. I love being out in the Gulf, and I wasn't gonna let this stop me from enjoying the beach and enjoying the water.
Laura is just one of 7 beachgoers who have been attacked in or near Gulf shores since the year 2000. More shark encounters occur along this small stretch of beach than throughout all of Alabama. The question is, why? Locals and tourists alike demand answers.
It seems like the sharks are getting more brazen. It seems like we see more of them.
To determine the species that attack Laura, Dr. Dan Huber performs a bite mark analysis.
Laura's bite photos give us some evidence about the size of the shark that attacked her, but not the species of shark that attacked her. What we can see is that the teeth from the upper jaw sank into the area of her leg just above her ankle on the back side of her foot, and then the teeth of the lower jaw sank into the sole of her foot. So I would estimate that this is probably something around a 5-foot shark. Based on the usual culprits around Gulf shores, we would expect this to be either a bull shark or a blacktip shark.
That means it's likely that multiple types of sharks are responsible for the incidents in this area.
Trenton and Laura were not necessarily bitten by the same species of shark, which widens the investigation into these attacks.
In search of clues, investigators examine the marine environment around the Gulf of Mexico and a dark incident from its past.
On April 20th, 2010, 2 days before Earth Day, there was an explosion at the Deepwater Horizon oil rig. It impacted ocean ecosystem, coastal ecosystem, human health, basically everything in that area.
This devastating event killed 11 people and poured more than 134 million gallons of oil into the sea, becoming one of the worst environmental disasters in the Gulf's history.
The Gulf of Mexico has an unfortunate history of oil spills because of all of the oil drilling that happens in the northern Gulf of Mexico. In particular, we had the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in 2010. It's difficult to say exactly what the long-term effects of these oil spills are on marine life. What we do know is that sharks have been found with petroleum in their body tissues.
Scientists are just beginning to understand how disasters like oil spills affect sharks.
But we don't necessarily know exactly how this is going to affect sharks over time. And what we need to do is to monitor populations year after year after year to understand the long-term effects of this toxicity.
But what experts do know is that the oil spill didn't just affect sharks. It also affected their prey. In the wake of the disaster, the commercial fishing industry was shuttered. This commercial fishing ban allowed local bait fish populations to bounce back in large numbers. And this newfound abundance may have attracted hungry predators.
Due to commercial fishing being shut down, the increase in bait fish actually increased shark populations in this area.
Sharks have made a great rebound from years ago where there wasn't near as many sharks compared to where we're at now. I can see on my sonar sometimes that there's sharks down there.
Did the ban increase fish and therefore shark populations, putting beachgoers like Trenton and Laura into harm's way? It seems the answer comes down to timing.
Pollution, oil spills, toxic chemicals might have attributed to some of the movement of sharks.
The Deepwater Horizon oil spill occurred off the coast of Louisiana. And the entire Alabama coast was impacted by this catastrophic event too. But many of the Gulf Shore's attacks happened long before the Deepwater Horizon explosion and oil spill. And the rest occurred a year or more after. But one thing this theory does prove is that sharks are attracted to areas with a high concentration of prey. Could the movements of baitfish be important in a different way? Another shocking attack off the coast of Gulf shores provides a new lead.
Some of the most common things we deal with are jellyfish stings. You deal with stingray incidences where people step near them or step on them and they get struck.
As Chief of Staff of Gulf Shores Fire and Emergency Services, Melvin Shepard responds to incidents of beachgoer distress, including shark attacks.
Some of the events we've had is just exploratory bite. Once it bit, it figured it was something it wanted to eat, so it came back and bit again.
But one particularly gruesome emergency call stands out in Melvin's memory.
A group of 4 people had came down to the beach to train for an upcoming triathlon. When they got to the beach that morning, the winds were coming out of the south. Water was rough and choppy. One of the males decided that the water was a little bit too rough for him to swim, so he decided to stay on the beach. The other 3 had decided that they were going to go out and test the waters and make sure it was actually safe for other swimmers.
Among the swimmers is a 44-year-old male.
So as they got out about 100 yards, neck-deep water, they began their swim.
Moments later, the triathlete feels a sudden blow. Unsure of what just hit him, the swimmer knows he's in trouble.
His report was that it literally lifted him up out of the water. Once he regained his posture in the water, he began treading water, looked around, he didn't see anything. That's when he saw the shark coming at him. He screamed for his friends to get out of the water. The shark bumped him. But as it did so, it removed 4 of the fingers from his right hand. He tried to hold his hand up out of the water to try and prevent blood from getting in the water, but it was to no avail. The shark came back, hit him in the stomach. He started crying for help. The shark came back, it bit a hold of his right arm up to about his elbow. At that point, he knew he was in trouble.
With the swimmer's arm still in its jaws, the shark pulls the male underwater and hauls him across the bottom of the ocean.
When the shark dragged him along the seafloor, it actually drug him towards shore. So drug him into shallower water to where he could stand up. At that point, he was able to fight the shark by hitting it with his left arm and pulling his right arm free.
The critically injured swimmer somehow makes it back to the beach. But the shark's reign of terror isn't over. It charges at one of the other triathletes, biting him until the man is able to fight off the predator and swim to shore. The injuries of the first victim are extensive.
They fashioned a tourniquet out of a shirt onto his right arm to help prevent blood loss. Paramedics found him, said that he willed himself to stay awake during this entire ordeal. His claim was he wanted to stay awake until he could see his family and let them know that he was okay and that he loved them.
Despite the horrific encounter, the swimmer survives. The second victim escapes with minor puncture wounds to his hip and arm. The terrifying double attack leaves beachgoers rattled and prompts officials to take action.
Right after the incident occurred, local authorities did close all the beaches in Alabama from the state line of Florida and Alabama to the tip of Fort Morgan. While they were doing that, biologists were flying in helicopters, looking for sharks in the waters.
Aerial surveillance fails to locate the shark, but details from the attack lead investigators to believe a 6-foot bull shark was responsible.
There's a lot of shock that this happened. It was the first reported shark attack to this magnitude in Alabama. The day after the incident, the beaches were reopened. Even though the beaches were packed with it being a mid-June day, many people didn't venture out into the water, and those that did stayed very shallow. Emotions were very high as to what occurred.
These triathletes are 2 of the 7 victims attacked since the year 2000, in waters around Gulf Shores, Alabama. A small beach town that accounts for more than 60% of attacks in the state. But why is this coastline such a shark attack hotspot? Chief Shepherd has a theory of his own.
The pier you see behind me, it is a very well-known fishing spot. A lot of locals visit the pier yearly. Tourists come down and fish from the pier. Especially the summer months, we have a lot of fishermen, not only the pier, but along the beach as well.
Gulf Shores is one of the country's premier fishing locations. Its flourishing waters lure anglers with the promise of an epic catch, and walking away empty-handed is rare. But this fishing fervor may have unintended consequences.
They are using live bait, which could promote sharks coming into the area.
Yeah, I've seen sharks. I've seen them over at the fishing pier behind us. They like the bait.
Could bait draw sharks closer to shore, putting them in direct contact with humans?
Sharks are opportunistic when they eat, so as the fish is being reeled in on the line, it's flailing. The sharks pick that up, and they go after that.
We get a fish on the line, and the angler's struggling to reel the fish up because it's a good fish, and the shark says, oh, well, there's dinner right there. Let's go ahead and get a hold of him because it's an easy catch for the shark.
This opportunistic feeding is known to local anglers as the shark tax, but scientists refer to it as depredation.
Depredation is the partial or complete removal of a hooked species by a non-target species. So in our part of the world, most commonly we're talking about a depredated red snapper, for example, and typically the culprit here in the north central Gulf of Mexico is a shark.
Growing up to 50 pounds, red snapper are a popular offering at seafood markets and restaurants. They are found in such abundance here that Alabama is known as the red snapper capital of the world. But anglers can only hook these fish during a certain time of the year.
Our season for the red snapper is 62 days. Our main targeted days are from June 1st to around August 2nd.
Red snapper season. The majority of the attacks that occurred near Gulf Shores took place during this time period. Could red snapper season explain why Gulf Shores is at the epicenter of so many shark attacks? Investigators are on the verge of discovering answers.
There's evidence showing that sharks can become behaviorally conditioned to our fishing activities.
Conditioning is the way in which sharks learn that a particular set of cues, such as a fishing pole or pier, can lead to being fed.
Sharks will show up in particular areas which are known fishing hotspots, because when people are trying to reel in fish, that makes an easy meal for a shark.
Research indicates sharks can remember this association for an impressive length of time, at least a year. That means they'll keep returning to these hotspots over and over again.
So all of that fishing activity in the area of Gulf Shores could be a contributing factor to the spike in attacks.
Proximity to popular fishing spots seems like a viable hypothesis. But there's a problem. When the data is analyzed, it turns out that not all of the victims were attacked in close vicinity to a fishing pier. Perhaps the answer lies not deep in the sea, but rather high in the clouds. A detail from Laura's attack holds a clue.
We woke up to not so good weather. It was a rainy day, very, very overcast, and a heavy rainy day.
Rainfall. How might this seemingly insignificant weather pattern help to explain the attacks? Dr. Marcus Dryman continues the investigation.
Mobile is the city in the United States that experiences the most rainfall.
Located just an hour's drive northwest of Gulf Shores, Mobile sees around 66 inches of rainfall annually, almost double the national average. And most of this precipitation also reaches the coast.
Mobile Bay is a region, Gulf Shores, Alabama, are regions that experience lots and lots and lots of rainfall.
This could be key to understanding the spike, because storms could create an ecosystem that is optimal for one particular type of shark, the same species that is implicated in a majority of the Gulf Shores attacks.
Makes for an ecosystem that not very many species can thrive in. You have to have a certain tolerance for changes in salinity, and the bull shark is one of those species that can do really well in widely dynamic salinities.
Dr. Dryman's research assistant, Amanda Jefferson, demonstrates the way in which rain impacts the salinity in the sea.
This is just plain, clear seawater. To measure salinity, we use a simple meter with a salinity probe. Right now, the salinity in this tank is about 35 parts per thousand, the salinity of typical seawater. Now I'm going to fill this beaker with some fresh water to add to our experiment tank. I'm going to be adding some blue dye to it to distinguish it from the clear salt water in this tank.
In this experiment, the fresh water represents rain, and as Amanda adds it to the tank, it completely transforms the composition of the seawater.
Adding fresh water gives us a new salinity of about 23 parts per thousand, representing brackish water or a mix of salt and fresh water.
It's a change that could have happened on the day of Laura's attack. Because, as it turns out, rainfall in Gulf Shores is heaviest in the summertime, the same season in which most of the incidents occurred.
That rainfall, very simply put, acts to reduce the salinity in those nearshore coastal environments. When the salinity is lowered in the coastal regions, it creates a habitat that's hospitable for a species like a bull shark.
Are conditions created by storms in Gulf Shores attracting bull sharks to the shallows and causing the attacks? Dr. Dan Huber examines the data.
Trenton and Laura were attacked right off the coast of Gulf Shores, where there would have been lowered salinity during the summer months, making it an ideal habitat for bull sharks. But there was also a triathlete who was attacked at a distance offshore in normal marine salinity. So decreased salinity is not the only factor that can contribute to the spike in attacks in Gulf Shores.
Perhaps what makes this area so attractive to sharks is not a natural phenomenon, but rather something man-made. Could people unintentionally be putting themselves at risk? Dr. Sean Powers researches the ecology of coastal fisheries throughout the Gulf. And he's found this area has a very distinct topography.
Most of Alabama and most of the Gulf of Mexico in the shallow waters is just sand and mud. There's very little relief, so it's just a flat desert, essentially.
An ocean desert is an unattractive landscape for fish because it gives them nowhere to hide from predators. There's a solution to this problem.
One of the things we learned about 50 years ago was that if we deploy these types of artificial reef structures, that we can attract fish. So the state decided to essentially deploy artificial reefs in shallow waters so that the fishermen had more access to the fish.
Artificial reefs are man-made structures that mimic the functions of natural coral formations, and Alabama has roughly 15,000 of them.
When the reef hits the bottom, it starts getting the algae on it, and then the smaller fish kind of show up. Then it becomes the fish-eating fish world. You got the big fish eating the smaller fish, and the bigger fish eating the big fish, and it just becomes part of the food chain from there.
And this food chain reaches all the way to the top.
Just as fish are attracted to these structures, the sharks are attracted to the fish. We see more and more sharks around the artificial structures.
Are the artificial reefs of Alabama attracting hungry sharks, putting vacationers in danger?
If you're increasing the attractiveness of the area to sharks, then yes, there's a potential that more sharks could encounter the population on the beach.
In the case of Gulf shores, it seems there's one more factor to consider. Alabama's artificial reefs are located roughly 30 to 60 miles offshore, and the attacks occurred much closer to the beach.
It's been suggested that the presence of these artificial reefs could be a contributing factor to the spike in attacks in Gulf Shores, Alabama. However, the artificial reefs are too far offshore to have brought sharks into any proximity with beachgoers in Gulf Shores, so the presence of these artificial reefs is not a contributing factor to the spike in attacks.
But a key takeaway from this theory is that the underwater landscape of Gulf Shores is unique. So perhaps this topography is important in another way. One common denominator in some of the attacks stands out.
We were up on this sandbar where the good shells are. It was to where you could walk a good distance out into the water and still be pretty shallow.
As I was stepping out of the trough and coming back up on the shallow part is when I actually felt the shark bite.
Shallow coastal waters. According to Dr. Marcus Dryman, understanding which sharks frequent these areas may unlock why they are attacking.
We've done a lot of survey work in this area, so we have a really good idea of the species composition, which sharks are there, and what size and what sex of the sharks are there.
Dr. Dryman's research reveals a common characteristic among these inshore inhabitants: their age.
We do see relatively high abundance of juveniles of some species. For example, blacktip sharks, bull sharks. So we know that these habitats are good primary nurseries. If you think about the things that are really important to a young, freshly born shark, things like protection from predators, ample prey resources, just the right mix of environmental conditions, things like temperature and salinity and dissolved oxygen. The north central Gulf of Mexico has all of those things.
Could the presence of nurseries explain why Gulf Shores is the shark attack capital of Alabama? History suggests it's possible. In 2018 in New York, 2 children were bitten by sharks on the same day. Experts believe inexperienced juvenile sharks searching for food may have mistakenly bitten the swimmers. Is the same thing happening at Gulf Shores?
We know that it creates increased opportunities for those sharks to mistakenly and accidentally interact with beachgoers, particularly during the summer months when there's lots and lots of folks in the water, lots of bait fish in the nearshore environment, and it does increase the chance that there's going to be an interaction between a shark and a beachgoer.
But one detail doesn't add up. Juvenile sharks have nurseries in multiple locations along the Alabama coast, not just Gulf Shores. Something else is going on. Perhaps the answer is found not at the beginning of the marine life cycle, but rather at the end. Investigators hone in on a devastating marine phenomenon, one that can transform a thriving environment into a wasteland. The mystery behind Gulf Shores, Alabama, being a shark attack hotspot, focuses in on a phenomenon that begins with rainfall But not just in Gulf Shores. Nationwide, the rain that falls across 31 different states eventually drains into the Mississippi River. This is called the Mississippi Watershed. And it's where this watershed culminates that may be key to the investigation.
All of the rainfall that lands on any point of this watershed eventually ends up right here in the Gulf of Mexico.
That means roughly 4.5 million gallons of water per second is discharged into the Gulf every day. And it isn't just H2O.
That rainfall runoff contains a lot of nutrients from agriculture, urban development, wastewater overflows, all of that coming into one area. The nutrients cause algae blooms that grow like crazy, usually in summer months between June and August. When these algae blooms die or decompose, they remove oxygen from the water column, causing something called a dead zone. Dead zone is the common name for hypoxia, an area of low to no oxygen.
Patches of oxygen-deprived water occur across the globe. But they can be particularly devastating in the Gulf.
What you're seeing right here with the red, orange, and yellow is the outline of the hypoxic zone. This zone can be as big as the state of Delaware. It's the second largest dead zone in the world.
How does this phenomenon impact sharks in the waters off Alabama?
Sharks, they have certain little sweet spots, so to speak, of temperature and salinity and dissolved oxygen that they really prefer. But what we know is that when conditions change and become more preferable outside of their usual habitats, these are highly mobile species, highly migratory species. So they can very easily move from one area to another.
Could the dead zone off Louisiana push sharks to seek out oxygen-rich water elsewhere? Like off the coast of Gulf Shores? The timing of the attacks seems to support this theory.
The one consistent factor that they all have in common is that they were bitten during summer months. Summer months when the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico was present. So it's very possible that sharks are consistently avoiding this area, going into Gulf Shores, where we have lots of bait fish and lots of sharks.
The theory could check out. It's possible that the dead zone could cause sharks to flee east from Louisiana towards Gulf Shores.
The fact of the matter is that we don't have data tracking sharks during these specific events, so we really don't know where the sharks went.
Experts are unable to pin the spike on the strong dead zone in the Gulf. There's one final avenue to explore.
Each year, more people come here, they stay here longer. A lot of it just has to do with the beauty of the Gulf Coast of Alabama.
People. Could this be the final piece to the puzzle?
A lot of people love fishing out of Gulf Shores along with the sandy white beaches.
Gulf Shores is consistently ranked by tourism websites as the #1 beach in all of Alabama. Each year, nearly 70 million visitors descend upon the Alabama coast. And the majority visit during the summer months, the same season in which most of the attacks have taken place. Is Gulf Shores' popularity also its downfall?
When I hear that Gulf Shores is the shark attack capital of Alabama, the first thing I think about are awesome beaches on barrier islands. This is where people go to spend their recreational time. So it makes sense that wherever the humans are most highly concentrated, that's where we're going to find the spike in shark attacks. Because the single most telling factor in the entire history of shark attacks is human behavior. Wherever there are more people, we find more shark attacks.
Yet for many tourists, including Trenton and Laura, the beauty of Gulf Shores is well worth the risk.
After this incident, I've been back to the beach many times. The first few times that I went back out in the water, I was very, very nervous, constantly looking around. There are times I go out in the water now and I don't even think about it. I love the beach, I love the water.
I put an end to the whole fear. I just live and you learn, you just pay attention. Don't be scared though.